Hey! How you doing, Zeke? Watto and welcome! You ready to glimpse into the future? You ready to peer beyond the fabric of space and time? And you've still got sharks. Why? Angel, how you doing? Watto and welcome. Oh, it's a glorious afternoon wake up. The dog dad lifestyle is taking its toll on me at the moment, so if I look like a haggard POS, that's why. Keldra, Watto and welcome. MDH, lovely to see you. Caffeine, Watto and welcome. To the Duke of Dim, to MDH. Navalis, Watto and welcome. Lance with we're on the Rainbow Road to 2023 and I'm careening off the course. Honestly, it'll only be lap time in 23 that denotes whether or not I'm playing Rainbow Road or F-Zero. Do you know what I'm saying? But good to hear, Angel, good to hear you got running water now. So cheers to. MDH, you got pizza? That's pretty rad. The friendo that's helping me look after the dags while Fiona's away is a very good cook. So I'm getting spoiled with proper food. Yeah, that's my flex. Real people food. So, I've missed you all. I hope you are doing well. To let you know what we're doing. Oh, crap. Kimball, I know you said you started that with Don't Panic, but you can't tell me! I'm going to be on the big telly. Shit. Haggard. Everything on my hair. Gotta give me advance warning. How are you all doing? Watto and welcome. So, today, we're doing our 2023 predictions. We are smart, attractive, generally kooky individuals, and I believe between us we can jot down a few predictions for what we think is going to happen in the world of video games in 2023. This is partially because I always think it's fun to see how your predictions turn out like later in the year, but also I think this is a year where, like, the video game meta is going to be more important than ever, you know what I mean? And Caffeine, you're not getting surprised by New Year's Eve. We've still got 2 days? 2 days. It's Thursday, right? Fuck, it better be Thursday. Oh, thank fuck it's Thursday. See, your confusion confused me! There's a knock-on effect. Oh. You know what, Duke of Dim? I don't mind that as our 2023 symbol. Okay, Immortal N. That's less of a prediction, more of an assurity. If you have the ability to make it happen, is it a prediction? But come on in, friends, come on in. So, don't tell me your 2023 prediction just yet. I've got Aperios joining us on the line in half an hour, depending on how long we all end up hanging out and nattering. Because I wanted to get more of the sphere of gaming, because I don't know diddly squat about esports and what's been happening in that. It's not a space that I pay a lot of attention to, and especially when we look at how next year could pan out, I think that's something to pay attention to. Because, I mean, we're probably going to end up spending a large proportion of today talking about the Activision Blizz acquisitions and like that's a fucking sliding doors event if ever I saw one. So yeah, so don't tell me your thoughts and feels yet. Jot them down. We've got plenty of time today. Hey, well, MDH, again, I'm sorry you've been going through the ringer, friend, but we got you. You got this. So yeah, I hope you're all doing well. Yeah, Lance, on the, what was it? On Boxing Day, just as we got into City 17, Jarl and Finitus themselves, Fire Strager was unseated. It is now possible to take the Eldom. What does this mean for the Longship? Does it mean another time of strife and peril? Does it mean unsurety in these strange Viking meets one-shot theme nonsense that we seem to have going on? Fuck if I know. That's up to you lot, alright? But it did happen. It did happen. As I said, things got very scrambly here very quickly. And I do have help, so I'm not tanking it solo, but we are looking after the animals while Fiona is away at the same time as having all this stuff going on. So again, if I seem a little more gaunt, a little more sunken than usual, sleep has been a creative poem. But thanks to Friendo help yesterday while struggling on snooze and a prayer, I did go back to Hitman finally. Because most of the games that I'm super keen on, I'm starting to hit either a stride or a... I'm loving Zero Seven, and I will recommend it to anybody who wants to play it, but... No, and Lance, we'll drop him in later. Oh, sorry, no, that was a banter bit. I like that. The idea that those papered loading screens that you get in AAA games will become known as conversation tunnels, because that's when we all start bantering. I like that. And Thrame, how are you doing, friend? Actually, who hasn't had a proper hello? DX Man, I hope you're doing good. Wraith! Oh, it's because I didn't see you sneak in there next to MDH. Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. Well, I mean, so Sky Aegis, again, this is why, like, even with the joke stuff, don't start throwing it in just yet. Because, you know, Unity went on a big rant ramble this year about indie devs not monetizing their games properly. And one of the go-to maneuvers in the mobile space is you make your users watch adverts, or you ask them to pay you X amount of dollars per month for no adverts. And stammering, I'm sorry, Grandfather Nurgle's not leaving, but I hope you're feeling better. Come on in, come on in. Hey, and Darthy Soda, do nae worry, do nae stress, we got you. Oh, and Weapon, I'm glad I got to show everybody Will You Snail. It was definitely one of those that I'm going to play through more of it, but I felt that I was getting into the zone. I didn't want to ignore all of your lovely selves. So Kyball, I didn't share my my score publicly. I didn't have the highest score of anybody that I know. I think highest score might have gone to Catastros in the Longship, but I definitely had the highest industry score of anybody I know. But because of stuff and things, I don't want to share publicly everything that I have played or have been playing. But yeah, I did, what was it, like 160, 170 new games? So yeah, I did 161 games this year, of which 120 were new games. Who wants to sing? Hey! Oh, Angel Kalina, that's fucking cool of you, thank you. My most played was Hades, followed by 7 Days to Die. Hey, and Catastros, how are you, friend? Christmas has been a roller coaster, Catastros. Obviously, much better than last year. Our Christmas day was lovely and relaxed, even if I did accidentally inflict a horror movie on everybody, and now Will's not allowed to choose the Yule log anymore. My gifts were my gifts were small and thought out and lovely. Which is exactly what I wanted because I couldn't get people super whooper gifts this year. And I don't know who's watching yet, so I don't want to flash you some of the gifts I haven't given. But I have some great gifts for some peoples. And Night Valen, how are you doing? Mega Boss Watto, and welcome. So friends, we're going to be doing our 2023 video game predictions today. So we're going to go through what we know, what we think's going to happen, and try and ascertain what 2023 is going to really look like. I was making some notes this morning before we all got started, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. So don't throw in your predictions just yet. I'm going to get Aperios on the line in, like, anywhere from half an hour to 15 minutes, depending on how you are all feeling, and we'll go from there. That's right, we're going full Nostradamus, or, as Dustin put it, NOSTRAGAMEUS. And again, because one, it'll be funny to look back at the end of 2023 and see how close, how far we were. But also, this is going to be yet another interesting year. And I do mean that in the, unfortunately, we live in...
incessant clicking.
It does mean in the, may you living in interesting times element. Angel, thank you for gifting us up to Darky Soda. That's real cool of you. Navalis, that might just be you having the glitch in. I'm not seeing any errors on this end. DX Man says wrong answers only. We'll do a speed round at the end. How about that? Night Valen, I feel that Silk Song's going to be a fair bet. I feel a little bad that in my sleep-deprived state, I didn't really think through what I was typing. I was asking people what their 2023 predictions are going to be, and one person said, I really, really hope that Sakurai is going to retire. Like, guy's been working too hard. And without thinking, I said in the news article that went out today about Sakurai's retirement. And again, I was tired, I was typing quickly, I didn't think. And what I typed out was, currently he's rocking a semi. Which is a thing I never thought I'd say about the father of Super Smash Brothers, but here the fuck we are. Yeah, so Navalis, I think that... Baby boy. Just Amos running in here. I think that you are having some technical problems. But yeah, if you didn't see the news, Sakurai says that he's going to be semi-retired from game development. And you know what? Props to him. He's worked his butt off. And dude deserves a fucking rest. Which the Japanese games industry is not great at giving their people. Amos, mate, we're fine. Why are you going to start freaking out now, huh? You're okay, baby boy. Okay. You okay? Baby pause alone. Sorry. To the cult game dev, I hope you're feeling much better, friend. And yep, it's time for our video game predictions! Indie games is going to be the hardest one to predict because I have theories. But we'll get into that in a bit. Yeah, like I said, I've made a list of like thoughts and predictions. So Whatever your thoughts or feels are for whatever next year's going to be like in video games, write them down, hold on to them. We're going to be unpacking them today, and that's what I want to do. Oh, and Wolfcrad, Watto and welcome. Oh. You're okay. You're okay. Sorry, for some reason the last 2 seconds the baby boy has become very jumpy. Alright, bear with me just a second, friends. Sorry about that, friends. And Wolfcrad, thank you for filling the pint glass. That's real cool of you. Oh. Anyway, so yeah. Today we are going to try and work out what 2023 is going to look like, both industry and like directly in game wise, and that way we have something to hold our predictions against this time next year. Because I will say, I am so done with Game of the Year lists. I'm so done with them. And in the past, we've tried to do like the Longship Awards at the end of the year and stuff like that, and I'm not against that. I definitely feel I should be adding some more games to the Great Hall, which is our kind of list of... excuse me. Our list of games that are iconically us. But I don't know. I feel like going through a lot of people's like Game of the Year lists at this time of year just reminds me of how few games a lot of our most vocal individuals in the space actually experience. And it always makes me feel very sad. So yeah, Wraith, that's a good point. I don't think the Blackwell series is on there. And that absolutely needs to change. Lard saying that in 23, Valve will reveal that Gabe Newell has always been a VTuber avatar. I can see it. Virtual Gaben. I would go a step further and say that Gaben was replaced somewhere in around like 2015, 2016 with an early prototype VTuber avatar. He just moved to New Zealand to increase his knife collection. Okay, so an occult game dev. Okay, I'm gonna write down the cloud gaming stuff, but and we'll get into that into just a second when we've got Aperios on the line. Because I said I want another voice on this along with your good selves, so it doesn't get too Will-centric. Because the thing is, I worked for one of those cloud tech companies, and they pivoted hard to metaverse and NFT stuff, which, as we know, is going the way of the fucking dinosaur. Well, you know what? Actually, no. It's not fair to say it's going the way of the dinosaur, because the dinosaurs were a successful, you know, species of creature wiped out by forces beyond their control. Like, I don't even know what the comparable is. Because it'd be really interesting to see if any changes have been made in that, but I won't really know that till GDC. And Divitaria, Watto and welcome. Oh, and Darthy, it is absolutely looking like that. But that's not a prediction. Like, the crypto market has crashed brutally over the winter, and the technology that runs a lot of NFTA stuff is very difficult to yank out. So it's gonna be interesting. Oh no, so occult game dev. So I worked for a company that did cloud solution type stuff. So I've got a real grounding in a whole bunch of nonsense. The cloud gaming stuff is really just dependent on can they make it cheaper. Because the last time I was in that space, the real problem was it wasn't about whether you could or couldn't. It was that it was just vomitously expensive. And unlike other video games, anything that uses cloud compute costs you money so long as it's running. I'm trying to think of a way to... Yeah. So yeah, scribble your predictions down, keep them in your minds. We're going to be unpacking it. We're going to be unpacking it all in a bit. Now, I do, like, if you all want to just bask in the brilliance of, like, the FTX going under and the swaths of shite people being absolutely obliterated, all of those heinous, like, play-to-earn games getting dragged over the coals. Like, you know, if you are chilly this winter, warm yourself on the glorious fire that is the smouldering and burning NFT market. You know, it's delicious. Several celebrities, including, was it Jimmy Kimmel or someone? Some bellend. But a lot of those big celebrity endorsements that we saw of people being like, oh, I bought my fucking ape or whatever. It turns out that they were paid large sums of money to do just that. And that's a big no-no with the FTC. That's a big no-no. So, if the celebs in question have lawyers good enough, then they'll be able to push that back onto the people that gave them the sponsorship in the first place. But, you know, we might see some serious fines. Hang on, I'll write down Arc 2 because I think that's going to be a fascinating one. But again, we're going to get into the predictions proper in just a little bit. I just wanted to make sure that we got everybody all in, so everyone could have like a chat and a banter. Because the reason why I think Arc 2 is going to be interesting is that Arc 1 was always a very janky game. But it was a small team success, and for whatever reason, they were never able to shake a bunch of their legacy debt, like code-wise. So they just added content to top it, which isn't the strategy I personally would have gone for, but that's what they chose. But now they're able to start again. Well, so Aiden, I disagree, because both, I mean, if we're looking at it from the video game space, both crypto and, you know, NFTs and all of that technology are very, very complicated and expensive ways of doing things we can already do. Like, video games is as a craft, is a resource management operation, right? You have time, you have money. And the longer and more complex something takes to make, the more of those two resources it burns out. You know, there's a reason why we don't create infinite, full-on simulation-based environments, because they're expensive and they take a long time to make. We create simplified facsimiles of these kind of situations and try and make it feel to the player as realistic as. So, I mean, and it's one of those things of like, everybody in the space knew it was going to be bad. Yeah, Lance, it basically, it was reinventing the wheel by making it out of tiny squares. And each of those squares has to be rendered independently and cannot be patched after launch. I mean, fuck me running. Like, who heard that and went, you know what? I'm going to base the entire monetization of my game around a thing that I cannot patch and I cannot recall and I cannot change once it goes live. Because every game is perfect when it launches. So jumping back to Stammering, I'm entirely fine with. I'm not dissing on Arc 2 at all. Like, it launched, it was rough around the edges, but it was fresh and interesting enough that it sold gangbusters. And the team made the active choice to pursue content rather than, you know, improve upon the underlying systems they'd used to make it. That was their choice, and they aren't the only team out there who's done it. They're just the most hyperbole example. With making Arc 2, they can start from the ground up. And, like, old Vinny D is no stranger to game development stuff. Like, he's not just attached to be a name. Like, some argue that he was the secret sauce. Like, his actual involvement in development was what made Escape from Butcher Bay such a good game. Now, yeah, as a cult game dev is saying, we'll do it right next time, said every game dev team ever. And hey, like, any game that is starting off by doing something, like, fresh and interesting, because it's easy to forget, like, Ark was a fucking fresh pitch when we got it. You know, back before the unification of all the crafting and constructing systems, like, they were knocking it out of the park. I mean, these days, both Unity and Unreal have some great off-the-shelf, like, base building and construction systems that you can get. So, like, a bunch of the technology already exists for them. Well, so Thrain was saying let's diss Pokemon instead. We'll get to Nintendo today, but the sales figures that have come out for Pokemon Violet and Pokemon Scarlet, whatever it's bloody called, are scary. Once again, definitely demonstrating the difference between the discourse around games and how they actually sell. I know you all know this, but, like, you know, this has arguably been one of the most rocky launches of a Pokemon game, and yet it has been one of the most successful. So yeah. So jumping back, you know, we're gonna. If I was legally allowed to have a public bonfire, yay!
Temporary Jarl.
J-Post, what are you gonna do with your temporary Yaldom? What are you gonna do with that? On this, the day of predictions, what will you do with this power? But also, J-Post, like, thank you for the bits, friends. And cheers to you. Yeah, and Darthy Soda, I think that discussion of their business practices is a valid one. They were, again though, and I'm not excusing, but they were one of the first to start engaging in that practice. So they, to my understanding, they were the first team to sell, like, a new content chunk whilst a game was in early access. And it's one of those things that seems really obvious after time.
Snipe.
Snipe! Snipe! Keldra, you just knocked the bloody block off! A snipe is Jesus, there's not even a chair left after that. Keldra, thank you for 1,000. You feckin' legend. And, you know what, this is a good topic because this is more of a look back than a look forward. Because Aperios, who will be joining us on the line in a little bit, said it's a great game in its core, and Pokemon people have come to expect a level of polish from Nintendo titles. So, even though Pokemon is Game Freak... Oh, yeah! So, there's loads of things that Aperios has mentioned. It's like, one, Pokemon is seen as a Nintendo game, even though it's made by Game Freaks. Thus, the level of quality and polish expected from 3D is very important. Thrame, I'm having one of those days, audio-wise. My audio has been completely nerfed by something. So I'm coming across super quiet. What I can do is bring the tunes and stuff down there and hopefully have it not be audio blasting every time we have bits coming through. And Biggs, I saw your tattoo. It's feckin' rad. But no, so going back, the core experience of Pokemon is still banging, and putting it in full 3D is great. Like, honestly, that plus a kid's imagination is a powerful tool, and kids are prepared to forgive a lot more jank. Like, in fact, I guess that's what's kind of fascinating about, you know, these newer Pokemon games, is they hit everybody. But yeah, sorry, and I don't mean to bang this over everybody's head. I only bring this up as just another reminder that whilst we have a very, very clear view of what is emergent in the indie space and the fresh and different games, things like Pokemon's release are a good reminder that I wouldn't go so far as like Lanticra saying that the internet isn't real, more that when it comes to these titles, we aren't the target audience. And while we are not taken out of consideration, the amount of sales definitely shows the disproportion from. I mean, you know, one of the things I'm really glad about is that this wasn't something that Nintendo, or I should say Game Freaks, tried to brute force early on. Like, if we look at a lot of other genres and emergent spaces, the push from like classic to 3D happened a lot faster and a lot jankier. Oh, so Draconic Dude, I guess we're talking about Pokemon Violet and Scarlet right now, but in about 10 or 15 minutes, I'm going to get Aperios on the line, and we're going to start doing our 2023 video game predictions. So yeah, no, it's something that I find very, very interesting. And I was someone that played the what was it, Pokemon Stadium? Was it DX, where you had to steal other people's Pokemon? That was a whole thing.
Snipe back.
In today's episode, J-Post and Keldra exchanged the throne with 1000-bit. 1000-bit fastballs, I guess. Whittam, whoa and welcome, coming in. Okie dokie, Lokis.
Okay.
I mean, okay. I cannot say thank you enough to both of you. I sorry, as J-Post took it back with 1,000, Keldra did 1,001. All right, feckin' yo. Actually, speaking of which, where are my Pokemon smooth jams? I always like that. I'll go for some Chiltendo. And Sean, how are you doing, friend? Oh. Mega Boss, I'd say it's less Jarl clones, more like the Jarl corpses, more like time clones. Biggs, God, I usually keep my wrap on for about a day, and then it's just let it heal. What I do want to say though, because we're short to Sean's comment and stuff, is Game Freaks have always been a team constrained by hardware, and so throughout the years they have made games that are safe and simple. adding more visual flair, but keeping a core level of simplicity. You know, Violet and Scarlet's the first time they've really gone a hog wild. And I think it's been a learning experience for them. But it's just... It's interesting that so much of the experience is so evocative to a younger generation that it has done so well. And, again, comparable to a lot of other teams, they don't do sequels that quickly. You know, so we get a mainline game like, what, every 3 years? Because, you know... Like, I'm trying to remember the state to which I had moved into Fiona's old place to get it going. And Lizzie, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. And the other thing to bear in mind, because as Aperios is bringing up like the merch and how much money Pokemon makes as a brand, Pokemon is one of the most powerful brands on the planet. Like, it dunks on Disney. Just saying. It is one of the, you know, the trade-offs about being an owned studio is that you have fiscal security, but, you know, the profits go back up to the publisher. If you make a game that does the super duper gangbusters, that doesn't guarantee a reinvestment. So, well, and so Ikoa, again, you know what? This is a really good example about why we need to pay attention to games like Violet and Scarlet, because there are a lot of very interesting opinions here, but when we look at how much this has sold, like, you do have to concede that it is, you know, the titles are doing well. Have they been buggy? Yes. But have they succeeded beyond that of the previous titles? Like, we're not talking about, like, the holding the baseline curve. Like, this is done drastically better than Sword and Shield. And when we look at that, unfortunately, as adults that like Pokemon, our spending power is dwarfed by children. Or I should say parents buying for children. But we do not make up the bulk of merch purchasing. And that is something that we need to take into consideration when, like, deconstructing these things. Right. Yeah. So yeah. Well, so Sean, the other thing that Aperios was saying that, you know, is worth taking into consideration in this conversation is that Pokemon is one of the highest earning media franchises of all time. Like, Star Wars doesn't come close to making that kind of cash. And it's easy to forget that whilst Star Wars went through a long period of being kind of a niche thing to be a fan of, Pokemon has always been a mainstream banger. From that first movie to the card games to Pikachu Planes, like, it's always been huge. Like, yeah, anyway, I think we've covered this quite neatly, but the thing to take into consideration is that in the sphere that we sit, we do not have like complete visibility of the industry as a whole. And much like how we don't really see a lot of what happens in and out of the mobile gaming space, we do not see what happens in just like regular children's telly and toy sales. Oh no, and Catastros, like I wish that was a thing you could hold to people whilst they were giving hot takes. But I'm not putting this forward because I think any of you are dumb and wrong. I am as guilty about this as we all are. You know, I looked at those videos and went, oh man, this Pokemon game's a mess. This game's gonna bomb. It's not gonna do well. I was extremely wrong. And it's okay to be wrong in that space. The problem is that in gaming spaces, we are often guilty of only speaking to people within our core bubble, and that can mean we miss a lot. Pokemon's fascinating because it both is and isn't. It is and isn't in the core space. So you have things like, and I'm just going to use this as a hyperbole example, but things like Roblox, which exist completely outside of the core space. And then you have things like, I'm trying to think of a big money maker that's core only. Things like Vampire Survivors, which is a big money maker that doesn't exist outside of the core. Pokemon exists in and out of. Like, it's a whole thing. God. Lance, there's a part of me that would be feckin' fascinated to see that. I think it's because I've been on social media too long and I hate myself. But Lance was suggesting, like, imagine if Twitter had been around during the Tickle Me Elmo craze. Fucking imagine that. And Nick, to our occult game dev friend, can I put up the LED fake fire and just have the crypto dumpster fire party? What hurts is a few friends who've gone into that space so hard, and it's going to be really difficult, like, talking to them professionally. A good friend of mine hit me up about metalcore, having not seen my video rants about it. And yeah, this GDC is going to be fun, but there's a couple of, like, awkward, like... there's one person I work with at CA. I know how when you work with somebody, even when they're at, like, a fucking intern level, you get that, like, alright, this person's going to go far. You just get that idea. They left CA a few years back and were kind of putzing around a bit of stuff, and I was like, oh, hopefully they're doing good. I hope they didn't leave the industry. Turns out they went hard into crypto. Aperios, you're right. I should just do that. Oh shit! And Kymble got a hit up via LinkedIn for metalcore. Ah. Although what's been really funny is seeing how how scummy the play to earn space has been. That, you know, we called out metalcore pretty hard because fuck those guys, but there's so many worse examples. So many worse examples. That would be cool. I still don't know if I'm going to be able to do GDC, and if so, like, in what capacity. I want to leave it another, like, week or so before I start being like, hey, can I stay on your couch? Because I do have a couple of industry friendos who would be going as well. Now, obviously, I'm going to be masked up when I'm indoors and being careful, but, like, you know, I don't want to stay with any of my San Francisco friends who aren't going to GDC, because I would feel like such a cockwomble if I ended up being like the plague vector, you know what I mean? If they're going as well, then it means that they've also, you know, signed up for the same risks. And I don't stay with anybody who's like licking door handles and being an arsehole, so. Sorry. Here's me taking this conversation all over the place. Yeah, Aperios. Cock wombled. The wombles of cocks. Oh. Those tasty, tasty door handles. Yeah. Pre-plague, that's where the flavor was, my friends. It's Flavor Town. Yeah. Dom's like, wait, we weren't supposed to lick door handles? It's like I don't even know you anymore. Oh, but yeah. Oh, Aiden, if you are going to GDC this year and your intent is to stay at the indie hostel, book it now, like today. Because one, everyone will come back from New Year's and go, oh, fuck! And it will fill up like that. Like, pre-plague, the indie hostel used to be the place to be as well. So, like, it's a good 1-2 punch for meeting cool people. What is it with you lot? Okay, as soon as I tell you don't lick door handles, everyone's like, blah, blah, blah. Terrors. Oh, Aperios only goes for second-hand door handles by licking the tongues of people that lick door handles. I wish I'd never said this out loud. I wish I had never said this. Hey, Kindball, and hopefully by, you know, next year I'll be on a little bit more of a level footing and I'll be able to cheer you on from the front. Because this year just gone, I didn't get a press pass, I got given an expo pass, which was incredibly kind, and I'm not complaining. But I wouldn't have been able to go to any... actually, I don't even know if I could have gone to sponsored talks. Okay. So, Aperios, if you need to go grab a coffee or a bevy or otherwise, now's the time to do it. I should tell people on the Twitters that we're getting this done. Colt said Expo Pass is 188 this year. All Access is 1,750. Oh, but if you're an IGA member, you get 10% off. When will they learn? But all right. Now, I've been lucky enough in the past that I've been able to get an Access Pass as media, and I'm hoping because because I'm always there, I'm hoping that I'll still be considered. So, Aiden, I do, like, I always forget what they're called, the GDC Enforcers. I believe they get all access. The CAs. Thank you, Fred! And the other thing that's mentioning is those prices are redonkulous. GDC is not aimed at individuals, and that's kind of where a lot of the indie camaraderie comes from. There's also things called tracts. So if you're a musician or a community manager or a producer, you can buy a track, which will be a set of special like workshops, roundtables, and talks around your field, and that's at a reduced price. But again, the idea is that big companies buy blocks of tickets. So like Microsoft are usually like a diamond tier sponsor. So all their people get flashy black and diamond badges. Colt saying no programmer tracks though. They expect us to get paid enough to eat the cost. Yeah. But here's the thing, we pretty much, I will tell you that I have had more success hanging out in the Yerna Buena Gardens, going to bars and events and meeting and making friends there than pretty much anything else, you know? So, I don't know what this year will entail. Fingers crossed, touch wood. I'm going to take what would have been my business card budget, and I'm going to convert it into pins this year. I mean, I might put my my handles on, but also I don't want to do business cards with Twitter handles on if Twitter's not there in 3 months. You know what I mean? Yeah, Moose, I'm still gutted I couldn't make it to that. I'm still gutted. But that's another story. That's another story, friends. Okay, so let's so Aperios, when you are ready, friend, if you want to head on into the green room. Still got my... There we go. So you get me, Calcium Bonio, and then we'll have an Aperios in just a second. Kimball, I do like... I might put that if still applicable. Twitter. Okay. All my audio has gone screwy. So again, I do apologize that I'm super quiet today, friends. That is not intentional, and something's going to be getting jammed in the EEPROM soon enough. Okay, we don't have Aperios just yet. All right, but I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay. What is going on here? Do 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 do. This is gonna be one of those days. Bear with me a second, friends. I need to fix Discord. All I want to do is deconstruct space and science. It's not letting me. Alright, once more with feeling. There we go. No, still fucked. That's not good! What is happening? Okay, there we go. Here's hoping. So I do want to apologize when we do get Aperios in. If it ends up being very loud, I will do my best to fix it. So Aiden, to answer your question, there is a Facebook group online called the Fellowship of GDC Parties. And as a squad, that is where all the public parties and stuff will be shared. Best thing to do with that one is sign up for any of the Eventbrite ones that you can. Make sure you get those locked in early. And most... If it's a GDC party you have to pay to get into, it's probably not worth it. So, except for POW and some of the off-site events, like if they do it, Marioki. Yeah, as a cult game dev is saying, Fellowship is fun, sign up, because they fill up fast. A cult only went to one private party and was sketch. There's a ton of nose candy and stuff, so I bailed. Man! Not that I would ever condone the use of illegal substances. That never happens at parties I go to at GDC. It's probably because I party with all the broke assholes. It's weird, all the fancy rich people, they kind of project at me, but they never invite me. There's one thing that I go to that's kind of like my GDC pilgrimage, and that's Pow Pow Pow, which is like a chiptunes rave. Which you may see industry people there, you might not, but it's the most fun I have at GDC, so... I think I was late this year because... Oh, no, because I was seeing a friendo. Friendo had busted their ankle, and so I went over to theirs. Yeah, again, GDC is coming up obnoxiously fast, and I hate whoever decided to have it the exact same week as PAX East. Bastards! Oh, right, where's Aperios? I think I've lost my co-host. So friendos, you got 2 or 3 more minutes before we get started proper? Ah, there we go. Hello there. Hello there. Ah, once again, the problem is with me. So... How about now? How about now? No. How about now?
How about now?
Oh, God! No! The horrible noise you just heard, was it coming out of the fucking monitor? How about now?
I am an earworm.
There you go.
I am an earworm.
Get that earworm in there.
I am an earworm.
Alright, you're in. You're hot. You're live. In the words of...
Hello!
In the words of seminal music act Disturbed, oh, wah-ah-ah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Taking it way back.
Do you wanna bust out your video feed as well? We can bring this into interview mode.
Oh, yes. Let me take my hat off.
The hat just says,
give me 1
fuck
second.
Will, I can't believe it's that guy.
How did you know?
I have the mindset.
It's just the hat I wear around my house.
Yeah. It's
I
weird
look in the mirror and I feel proud.
It's weird that you have that. Oh, dude, I just made
Give me 1 second.
your audio come out the fucking speakers on my monitor. That's how much tech problems I'm having over here. So whilst Aperios is doing that, so Keldra, DragonCon is awesome. It is a party tabletop con, and people party and cosplay hard. I've never had the chance to go because it's usually the same weekend as PAX Prime or PAX West. And I will say, after this pack's just gone, it really did give me the vibe of packs returning. So if you're fiscally able to this year coming up, I do recommend it. Yeah, Catastros. Technology. Thing is, it's that classic of nothing about any of the setup has changed since the last stream. So it's some weird, strange, innocuous update hidden somewhere that has tweaked everything.
All right, let me see.
Yay! All right, let's hide non-video participants, and let's plumb that face right into to view mode. Did I do it? Yay! But I left a thing over your face.
Oh, perfect timing.
Yeah, so everyone can see you if I deliver a ban. All right, let me just edit a little bit of the jank right now. Just a little bit.
You know what I should do? I should do that too. Let me put my headset in.
Oh, you're gonna get fancy for us?
No, that's just set decoration. I prefer earbuds for whatever weird reason.
Okay, also same. It's mainly because those big fluffy headphones, they are comfy for a bit, but wearing them 5 days a week for 6 hours a day, you get swampier like there's no tomorrow. And I wish.
Oh
I
yeah,
hadn't.
absolutely. Neck starts to hurt, ears start to get all sweaty.
God, I wonder if I can put on the Wipeout soundtrack without getting DMCA'd into the ground. I should have looked up on that.
Oh, it's worth a shot, I guess.
Okay.
Roll the dice.
So I totally had a tweet already cooked up, and I'm not playing catch up.
Ooh, I've lost my audio. That's not good. 1 second. Technical difficulties.
Yay!
I touched something.
Yeah, friends, if you want to grab a drink or something, you've got a couple minutes while we play like whack-a-mole.
Oh, you know what I touched?
I don't know if you can say that on twitch.television.
I touched the volume slider. That'll do it.
Fucking yo. Okay.
Hello and welcome everyone. How y'all doing today? Thanks for being here. Thank you, J-Post. Oh yeah, I don't know. That's usually like behind my open door. So.
Oh shit! I hadn't seen that before.
Yeah, it says it was from a Red Bull event that I got to help put on. It says it's the Red Bull Conquest one, and it just says "I want you." It's like one of those old school posters where he's like pointing at you, like a recruitment poster. They had a Soul Bad Guy as another one, but I did not get that one, unfortunately.
Bison was definitely the better grab.
It fits the imagery a lot better.
Yeah. Soul Bad Guy. For those of you who don't know the story of Guilty Gear, Soul Bad Guy was a scientist, despite having those gains and that hair, who was responsible for, I think, for unleashing the gears or for discovering them, and then became a gear himself, and then became heavy metal bike guy, I think.
I play a lot of Guilty Gear. I've played since its early inception. I know it has a story, but I didn't know anybody followed it.
Oh yeah, Kai Christie was his co-scientist, who then joined the not Catholic Church to hunt gears, I think.
Wild. No, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
I'm a Kai main, and I know nothing about them. They have a good button set. They're very like right middle of the road as far as a character to start with goes, but they can open up really well and do a lot of things at high level. Kai is also found to be very annoying in professional play. That's as much as I know.
I like Soul Bad Guy's description is basically What if Terry Bogard joined a hair metal band?
Well, his name is kind of deceiving because he's kind of the good guy in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Guilty Gear was never about narrative subtleties. That was never its goal as a series.
Yeah, Guilty Gear and Gears of War are in the same universe, right? That is correct.
Yeah.
As far as I know, I think there was a early anime adaptation in the 80s that represented that, but I can't be 100% sure.
Guilty Gears of War.
Guilty Gears of War, yeah.
Yes. Moose, Heavy Gear is a standalone OVA set in the Gears universe.
So I'm willing to bet now, I'd put money on the fact that the next Gundam saga will probably be called Guilty Gears of War.
Yes.
Yeah. A little early preview. All right, nerd, what do you want to talk about? We're here. We're doing it.
Firstly, I want to tell people that we're live as we gaze into the future.
Oh, yeah, Twitter. Jesus.
Yeah. Future sailors.
Whack.
Hey, it's until Twitter actually dies, I can't get away with not using it.
True. I'm still in like Christmas holiday mode, so like when you buzzed me, I realized that like I still had my like really tall beanie, hair up, just like kind of looked like a gremlin. So thanks for giving me 5 minutes to get ready.
It's all good. It's all good.
Got my super professional shirt on.
Don't talk to me.
Just so we can have an open and professional discourse.
Oh, okay. So Lance is giving us the real background story. Kai Christie is a former Sacred Order of the Holy Knights member that once commanded Soul Bad Guy back in his Order days, which may or may not have been before he was a scientist on the Gears project. Yeah.
Got it. I'm glad somebody knows, because that rolled in one ear and right out the other, but I'm here for the fighting.
Hey, I'm
not the lore, I guess.
I'm one of 3 people that played like the offline RTS MOBA based on Guilty Gear. See, the thing was, all of my fighting game knowledge was directly applicable. So, like, playing a lot of like Guru Mark of the Wolves and a lot of Street Fighter, like, basically, Soul Bad Guy has jumped up Terry Bogard with some cool Ryu shit, and he's so fun to play. I don't know if he's good in meta or what have you, but God,
Soul Bad Guy?
Fun.
Just as far as like he's broken. I don't know if they fixed him in this last game, but he is genuinely one of the most broken tier characters in the game, at least at launch. It was like it actually became a problem in competitive. I think like Leo Whitefang and a few others have kind of like taken that spot since then. Oh, actually, I think Happy Chaos kind of unseated him as far as like super annoying characters go, but Soul had like some really nasty like unblockable setups and things that could just open you up, and he was like, basically they made him as the everybody friendly beginner player character sort of thing, and then he just kind of dominated at high end also. So it was just kind of a weird issue out of the gate.
I know I should be like, oh wow, I sure hope they create a fair and balanced game, but in my heart of hearts, I'm like, I'm still rooting for him and his dumb looking sword. That's basically like a jumped up Zippo lighter.
Yeah, it is just a big lighter with a handle.
Okay, so friends, numpties, industry professionals, we are gathered here today to gaze into the orb, to cast eye and vision into the future.
I wish I had an orb. I was not prepared.
I don't have an orb either. I've got an empty coffee cup and the tiny version of the Razor Crest from Mandalorian.
We can tiny skull it.
Oh man, tiny skull. Gaze into the
skull with dice.
No. My Gundam orb. My Gundorb. My Gundorb. Oh, gaze into the
It hurts
Gundam.
me that it took you that long to find that orb.
I'm very tired. But also, it unfurls into a little Gundam as well. Yeah. Alright. All hail the orb. Ponder the orb. I'm going to swap this up for shows and chatting, because we're getting into this. Chat shows and podcasts.
Sweet. I'm gonna go.
Talk.
Doesn't look like my lights are playing well with the feed, so give me 1 second.
No worry. All right. So yeah, it's Orbin time. It is Orbin time. I'm going to put this down, otherwise I am going to spend the rest of it playing with my ball. No one needs that. Ponder that orb. Right. So what I wanted to do, with all of your lovely selves and with Aperios, is I wanted to cast our gaze forward into the video gaming space. This album is not cutting it. Oh, I know what. We'll get some Armored Core.
Bangers only.
Bangers
like BDG
only.
said, bangers only. Bangers only.
Armored Core OC Remix. Let's go, baby. Okay. So I've made a few notes. I've got a few beefy ones for us to chew into. But
Loving the euphemism.
we got started on the ball talk. But I do want to hear from all of your lovely selves as well. So I've got a few pre-cooked ones we're going to get into. So, should we just start with a fucking meaty one?
Are we just gonna run up and headbutt the elephant? Is that what we're doing?
I think in 2023, by one means or another, we are going to see the death of Blizzard.
That's a big one.
Now,
Okay.
I don't mean that Blizzard Entertainment will be gone, but what I mean is that there will no longer be a Blizzard in the way we know. I think that the IPs will, if the Microsoft acquisition goes ahead, the IPs will become their own identities, and the concept of a Blizzard game will be gone. As I think Microsoft will be pretty keen to get rid of the studio branding.
I can see that.
Lance, I don't see them becoming Microsoft East. And because if they succeed, it's going to be a wholesale acquisition. So it's not going to be like creating 343 to be like the new foster parents for Halo. I think we'll see each of these little products becoming their own designated team. So there'll be the Diablo team, there'll be the Warcraft team, but it won't be under a Blizzard umbrella. I think this is the end of Blizzard as an identity, Blizzard as a creature, as a beast. So that's my meaty prediction off the bat.
I think we could start seeing we're seeing the chipping of the foundation of what Blizzard has laid for many years. Especially when we can just jump right into the biggest target is when we start talking about losing the mainline China, being able to put games out there. That's a huge market, and that's not something to scoff at. The big thing that Microsoft admitted, kind of in talks years ago, is that Activision Blizzard King, a large portion of their acquisition is for mobile division, that King slice, right?
Yeah.
But what King does for things like COD and potentially things like Blizzard games, we could have very potentially easily seen a World of Warcraft mobile of some sort come out of this. They were talking about it for a little while.
Yeah.
But when you shut down a market like China, the problem is okay. So Diablo Immortal was our that was kind of our litmus test for whether or not the American public would be willing to deal with monetization schemes that we have seen in other countries that are more prevalent, where they're kind of allowed to do more, let's just be honest, a little bit more predatory monetization. Although in a weird sort of twist of fate, those monetization things have kind of, hello.
Keep going. Did not mean to do that.
Those monetization things have become kind of accepted, like a mainstay in a lot of those other cultures. And here we still saw a very large pushback against that when Diablo Immortal came out, and it did really show us that, like, I don't think our market was ready for that type of game. But to then immediately after a fairly rocky launch with what is a testbed game for sure, losing a market that is a huge revenue driver for them, it's going to be interesting to see them try to recover from that spiral.
Now, by my understanding, because they were valued already, I realised, friends, that I was talking to you lot, and then I was talking to Aperios over there, but I was actually gesturing over this way, so I made it make more sense. So by my understanding...
Put your hand out again. We could touch each other through the magic of the internet. Yeah, there we go.
I don't quite have the hand dexterity.
Almost. Oh, are we gonna...
Yeah.
Can we do it? Are we smart enough to make this happen? Oh, science.
Science!
Yeah! All right, cool. Anyway.
I'm so sorry. Dude, your points there were fucking spot on, and all I wanted to do was flip the camera so I was talking to you. I'm so sorry. So sorry. But no, I wholeheartedly
Will in the
agree.
dryer motion.
Yeah. It's gonna sting. This isn't really a prediction, but it's going to sting Microsoft if it goes ahead, because no doubt that evaluation on Achy Breaky Heart.
Achy
Breaky. That valuation was also based on the huge mobile market, a large proportion of which is China, and that's now gone. So they're going to be smarting a little bit. You know, they bought that fridge expecting tacos in the back, and the tacos are now gone.
Well, and so like this gets into the larger topic of like the focus of conversation right now for a lot of people is the Call of Duty acquisition, because it is absolutely a tentpole in the industry sort of situation where like everybody's looking at COD. Yes. Because that shit sells.
Yes, and also it's the point that Sony is using to try and block the acquisition, by my understanding.
Yes.
Sony are putting forward the idea that Call of Duty is such a monolithic entity that for their competitors to own it would be the equivalent of like antitrust. Or it would be antitrust.
Yeah, and you know, that would be really unfortunate, you know, seeing that happen. I don't know. I can't think of any direct examples of somebody like perhaps Sony maybe having cornered a market like that for possibly a decade with exclusive releases and timed stuff. You know, so I don't know. Maybe, in my personal opinion, they're basically doing the textbook like back and forth. Oh, we've already done this, so we don't want our competitors to do this.
Yes, and even if they fail, it already brings them... sorry, I was looking over our Twitter ones, and Dom has gifted me licking the air already. Dom, why you like this?
Oh yeah.
But no, even if the acquisition still goes ahead, it's better for Sony to have more breathing room between now and then to,
yes,
I don't know, work out what they're going to do, or potentially to get Microsoft to agree to stuff like it has, like legally saying, like, no, you get COD for 10 years, or we'll never do exclusives with this IP.
Well, and yeah, because I don't know who all saw them extend the olive branch to Nintendo about the COD IP right before, like literally the day before their hearings.
And a lot of people laughed it off with like, we can't imagine COD running on the Switch, but that's a very big deal.
And it's not, they have a version of COD that'll run on the Switch. It's called Call of Duty Mobile. I mean, they could absolutely make it happen. And honestly, I think Nintendo is a big enough company that if they wanted to do it right and actually nail it, they could work directly with Activision to make a version of COD that will run on the Switch. Because like maybe by the time that happens, we're looking at new Switch hardware. We are coming up on the life cycle of what should be the console.
We'll get onto that one later. Let's
bring
it back. Sorry, I was jumping into chat just because Kaiba was mentioning that like companies like Blue Byte that get acquired by Ubisoft are like Ubisoft Blue Byte. The reason for my Death of Blizzard prediction is that Blizzard as an entity doesn't really have a creative cohesion like it used to. It's multiple dev teams separate, and I think if this acquisition goes ahead, they will be treated thusly. And if it doesn't happen, I mean, here's the flip side. If this merger doesn't happen, what does that mean for these setups? COD's making enough bank that it doesn't have to worry, and COD Mobile's fine, but like, again, I get this feeling like the Overwatch comparatively is probably not doing gangbusters, and Activision have never been the kindest overlords when it comes to this stuff, you know?
Yeah.
That's the thing that I can't predict, is that if this doesn't happen, what's going to be the knock-on effect? Because again, you were saying they lost China. That's a lot of money. And, you know, AKB is entirely run, you know, to generate profit for a group of shareholders. And when the call comes in April and they go, oh, so that fuck ton of money we're used to, can't help but notice that's not coming in from all of your Blizzard titles. Because
Yeah.
who's handling COD Mobile in China?
I think that's a Tencent thing. I would have to let me actually before we put that to print. Let me double check.
Yeah, but you can see what I'm grasping at here. Is like, so friends, you have all of the different properties and IPs, and suddenly Blizzard, one of the big money makers, is making fuck all, and you know, little brother COD is all flush at the business meeting, being like, "Yeah, I'm making money in every country. What are you doing, Blizzard?" We lost all of our revenue in China. Overwatch 2 is doing all right, but not great. Like,
So it looks like it was developed by Tencent Studio, but the IP holder for China is still Activision.
okay, so it's like, yeah, so they're making the cash, but
Yeah, so it really is like, is Blizzard becoming, you know, is it worth it to shave something like the batch of titles that are on the back end for like Blizzard off and just have an Activision when it gets consolidated? Because King, I mean, it went through the chat here. Lance was talking about, you know, we're talking a lot about Activision Blizzard here, but like, what about the idea of Microsoft owning King, a monster in the mobile space? Well, that is a lot of why this purchase is trying to be pushed through. Like, COD is the banner, right? COD is the fight that everybody is seeing right now. The infrastructure purchase is King. King is what is Microsoft is trying to acquire to push themselves into the mobile space as they try to expand their Xbox Cloud offerings. And I think that is something, you know, a lot of people joke about it, but like Xbox Game Pass on Nintendo Switch is not a joke.
yeah.
It's a genuine maybe.
And that's a powerful one. So just seeing what other thoughts.
King is huge. Yeah, King is Candy Crush. Like, I don't know, like 6 different versions of Candy Crush that always sit near the top of highest earners. So like, yeah, like that's a huge one. Game Pass Mobile. I mean, right now we're seeing. I know, sorry, we're getting off on something else, but like Game Pass is starting to pop up on new Samsung TVs. Like, if you just have a new 2021, 2022 Samsung TV, a lot of them can just stream Xbox games now.
I mean, so the question will be, how do you make it make cash?
Yes.
Because the current thing is, friends, like, there isn't much of a demand and there isn't too much of an interaction with bringing existing titles over to mobile. There's a few standout examples, but there's usually an additional quirk. So, like, we've seen Vampire Survivors is doing great on mobile, but it's an adaptation of an existing mobile game that was like the closest you can have to an indie hit in the mobile space. Like, it was already ready for mobile.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one that comes to mind for me every time is Alien Isolation, the one that got put on iPad, and apparently that was one of the few titles that actually made a good translation over to like a mobile game. I don't know how it plays, but like that's the one I hear about consistently.
But how much cash did it make?
Exactly, that's the question, because it is, again, like you were saying, it is just a somebody bringing a game over that's already been out. Like, where it's not like it was a big specific launch for the platform.
Because we can look at what Netflix is doing with its game integration stuff to see how that plays through. But, you know, currently, mobile games make dumb money, but they make dumb money through very specific ways, those being advertising and microtransactions. Paid titles, it's rare for them to make cash. They need to be an entity unto themselves. So how would you sorry, I'm not pointing this at you, but you can see where I'm going.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's selling a box product versus a service.
Okay.
In a lot of ways.
So moving on, one that is positive. Unions.
Oh yes.
This kind of twins off of what I was saying about death of Blizzard as an entity. What we're seeing is all of the studios are starting to unionize. So we're not seeing an AKB union. We're seeing union per studio, and it seems to be per studio per discipline.
Yeah. Like I think the big headline that I think a lot of people would be familiar with here is the Ravensoft QA department sort of situation.
Yeah. And my hope is to see that extend. It's going to be interesting to see if any of these unions start coming together. And the only way you'd be able to see that is if they were under one publishing umbrella. Because there's no benefit for two game studios who don't share income and revenue, or even share a commonality of contract to union up quite yet. You could potentially see it, I guess, with QA, but that would probably then box QA into a more...
Yeah, and it's really going to depend on how they lump QA together as a business tactic going forward, because one of the things that Blizzard did as soon as that started happening is instead of just having a QA team, they broke the QA team up into being individual people on different groups, so that then instead of having the QA team be able to make a decision because they're all together and are like-minded on unionizing, and they're like, yes, we want to do this, all of us do, they broke that group up, put the QA testers onto individual teams, and then those people then had to rally those individual teams again to try to get this thing to happen. So it's really what kind of shady inner working stuff is going to happen there.
See, embedded QA goes a step more insidious because for a lot of people still, QA is a step into the spaces they want to be. Now, I'm not dissing on QA. I'm not saying that QA isn't a high-stress, high-skill profession.
Absolutely.
But when given the chance to actively work on, design, implementation, community, other facets of video game creation, I think there's a large number of QA people that would make that jump. And when you put people in embedded, you put them closer to where they want to be. They're no longer a squad together in a department, shoulder to shoulder. Suddenly you're an embedded QA in design, and you're sitting next to an industry legend. And then suddenly the idea of,
tipping the apple cart becomes a little less enticing.
Yeah, it's insidious.
Yeah, and that's definitely a lot of what it was. And just generally, does that person want to jeopardize their position to try to go in and help you, the low person on the rung, get your union together, right? Maybe they're very well taken care of. It does become very insidious.
But no, so my prediction for 2023 is that we will see more unionization. I don't think that we'll see inter-studio unions just yet. That being because 2023 is going to be no one's quite sure how it's going to shake out financially, and you wouldn't want to tie your union to another studio's union in the event that they start striking and your team is up against it, whereas their team has a 10-year runway and your team has a 6-month runway. The situation is very different.
Yeah, as we see businesses kind of tightening their belts this next year, as we're looking at the fiscal quarters, it will be kind of interesting to see what the reaction is going to be internally.
Yeah, this isn't a prediction, this is a thing we all know, but the month, so March is going to be a bit of a weird bloodbath. Mainly because what a lot of people will do is before the fiscal year is up is start making some really big, wild announcements to lock in funding for the new fiscal year. And a few teams will be told that that's very common in the games industry. It is seasonal work to a degree. But I think this year is going to be both the wild promises and the wild layoffs.
Yeah, and I mean we're already seeing those hit the tech sector. But I mean not to continue down kind of like a negative road. I do agree that like the groundwork is being laid for more places to be able to figure out how to circumvent the things that are being placed for anti-unionism.
Yes.
And that is fantastic, because as long as those tools and resources continue to grow, and as long as those things become established as norm, because they slowly are. I mean, like that, the Ravensoft, news headline is a big thing to go out and be like, hey, pay attention to this. This is a company that is trying to be acquired right now, that is making a shitload of money and is being bought by one of the largest entities in the world. This is something to pay attention to.
Yeah, and that was exactly the right time to make noise. Also, we're being very open about everyone's experiences and the tactics being used. The advantage is that you can't hire scrubs for video game jobs like you can for more direct customer service. Like, as much as QA is treated like the entry-level role, to get someone bums in seats testing on your product, you're looking at like 2-3 weeks training. You can't just go, right, give me 200 QA testers right now. You could work with an external company, but
even that external company has to have those people that understand the field on hand.
Yes, and they fully understand. Like, I can't see teams like one of the big ones like Testology and the big external QA houses. I can't see them being scrubs, but
sorry, they just have a really funny name. Testology does not sound like a testing group name.
It sounds like
I'm concerned.
It sounds like the experience of those of us with janglies sitting down too fast. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and as a cult game dev says, external companies are also a dice roll.
So I would lean. Okay, so if we're talking about specifically Q&A, true. I would lean in and say that it is a dice roll, 100%, because we have seen some shining examples of external companies, like when, to use a current topic relevant, Blizzard brought in the outside team to make the Diablo 2 remake, and it came out shiningly. It's a shining example of how a remake should be done.
Yeah.
It can be back and forth. It is a dice roll.
Yeah. As we saw with the team that did Warcraft 3, though, they had like, no time, 50p and a bag of skips, and had the worst experience. Yeah,
and some of that comes down to starting out as an internal team or being brought on as a team that was working externally and that had a product that was already good, versus being stuck in the confines of having to work internally with what you have.
So going back onto the list, because Lance brought it up, and I did have it on the list to chat about. So AI art and games. What Lance was predicting on Twitter is that we're going to see a bit of a major scandal this year with a AAA studio getting rumbled for using AI art. If I had to guess who it's going to be, I think we're all... Okay, I'm not saying this to be a dick. I'm not saying this because I'm trying to be a bully. I think that it will come around E3 time, and I think we will see it from the next Dragon Age. My personal theory right now is that they're trying to put Dragon Age out, the newest Dragon Age game out, on a hope and a prayer, and are essentially playing the game to get it out the door. I think Dragon Age 4 is happening in spite of EA, not because of it. And I think because of that, they're going to be trying to cut some corners.
They're going to force feed us some Dragon Age. I mean, I would say I know there are some large businesses that use Getty images, apparently. I would say they might also be a culprit in this AI art sort of situation. I think that was, what was it? Something very recent, like Crisis Core. Or something like that. Had a Getty image watermark.
That was funny because it had the Getty images in. And like, template images or stock images have been used in video games for a gajillion years, but like, you're still, I'm not saying that stock image companies are good and moral, but you're still buying them from people. You know,
Yeah.
if you buy that image of the old guy looking weird at his computer, you've still paid for that, as opposed to gone to an AI and been like, make me an unsettling white man using a computer. Oh, it's me. Shit, it's me.
All right, time to sign off. AI's taking over.
Yeah.
Actually, so this kind of, I think breaking this down a little bit might be a good idea, because are we talking about the fundamental concept of the styles and ideas that AI has to copy and then in order to then implement them into the art that would then be used in that game? Are we looking at it in the sense that like this AI is representing someone else's style, someone else's art, someone else's vision in order to create this thing?
Well, so
Or
if I'm going
is
by
that kind of like how a painter learns?
I'm kind of going it by, from what I read from Lance's, and at least this would be my prediction, is that we're going to see a scandal where either key art or a core piece of art in a large AAA project turns out to have been generated by Mindjourney or something, by someone being like, actually, that's my art and my style, just tweaked by an AI. Now, AI art is becoming a big hot button topic, and it's absolutely something we should deal with. But there's varying spaces. So like there are games where the team have been creating their own art generators to like design like a unique style and feel, very much in the way in which you might do like procedural generation of, you know, levels or etc.
Yeah, that was going to be the example I would turn to there.
Yeah, but what we're seeing with things like Mindjourney and stuff like that is that they just wholesale scan the shit out of everybody's stuff, asking no permission, signing no things, and just start punting out, you know, art and concepts. Honestly,
that's really tough.
Yeah.
That's almost like a more of a moral question, because just to play the devil's advocate real quick, is that not in the same way that an artist learns to develop their own skill?
Well,
not necessarily the wholesale stealing of, but like the variations on the artists that they have come to learn.
To quote from Lance, and if we were just going to like the, you know, meditating with a cup of tea floating in the air, you know, it is impossible for an AI to create art because it lacks intent. I believe that's the legal thing. But also, it can only reproduce, it cannot create. You know, it is taking a bunch of everyone else's work and kind of smushing them down into a fine paste. But there's no core sense of the concept of the self.
Because they're not necessarily, so like AI learning is very different than like human learning. They are only able to reproduce what they have examples of specifically. It's not like they could create something past that, is kind of the argument here. It's like everything is a derivative. Essentially,
but it's also taken wholesale and merged with other people's stuff that have been taken wholesale. So whereas we see the works of others and are inspired and create it through our own lens, this is literally taking them and kind of merging them like that one Michael Jackson video where everybody morphed into each other. But also,
I think we're on the same page. Sorry, I know I kept bringing this back around to the AI thing. It is just an absolutely fascinating concept. But yeah, let's drive it back, I guess, more towards the games. I could see that happening. I could definitely see a publisher or a developer like putting out something and causing a kerfuffle. How large it will be, I don't know. Yeah. But definitely we're getting into that era of like that is definitely something that could happen at next year. When I think you're pretty spot on with your prediction is like as far as like timing would go too, because it would have to be around a set of major releases where people are kind of crunched to produce something. Just literally just get something out the door.
I want to jump back into chat because there's a lot of really good stuff on this one, because this is, I think, something that we all have a lot of feelings. So the good news, Varbles, is we don't have to worry about AI art coming out of the crypto space, because crypto's dead. It crashed bad, and we're going to be able to enjoy a nice bonfire of all the play to earn projects come April, but that's another story. And one thing that Aiden was mentioning that I think is worth throwing in is that we will probably see a scandal dropping next year where it turns out that a game company was using an AI to generate concept art. Now, this will 100% happen, because I don't know if you're all aware of this, but like when it comes through like the prototyping and concept phase, there's a stage called mood boards. And mood boards is where you go, right, this is where we want it to feel. So let's say for the next Shooty McGunbang Punch Hard, we want to go for like an edgy acid action movie style. So we're going to pull from Crank, we're going to pull from Bad Boys 2, we're going to pull images and screenshots of those, and we're going to create a big old collage, a big old mood board that says like this is what we're aiming for. And I don't think that a team would necessarily see anything between that and using AI art to generate concept stuff in that space.
Mm-hmm.
And Kaimball, I want to separate the different tools on this one, because chatbots is something that we've been working towards in games for a while. I see the AI art and the voice generated, the AI voice acting stuff being closer, but.
I just want to clarify. I was for that last part there. So a few comments slide by. I was just specifically playing devil's advocate for the sake of conversation.
Yes.
I do not believe. I believe artists are artists. I believe there is a huge separation there.
Oh yeah.
Just to be clear.
And it's one of those like, we live in an industry where we say work smarter, not harder. And then you read things about people like outsourcing their work on Fiverr and things like that. Like, Mindjourney is so easy to use. Like I don't agree with it. I don't want it to be there. But I think that's the thing we're going to see break next year. And Sadler. Oh hey. But yeah, so Lance, I wholeheartedly agree that it is going to be so complicated. Yeah. I am not an artist by trade, so I feel like I'm getting further and further out of my knowledge sphere.
Whoa.
Alright, a piss artist.
Whoa.
But, okay, I am not an illustrator by trade.
There you go.
But there's still a massive amount of value about having like a strong, creative, cohesive vibe to your title and your experience. And like I said, the last game that I experienced that used exclusively AI-generated art, they went to very, very, very great lengths to, one, create the AI themselves and give it its sense of identity. And that's not easy to do. So, kind of like auto-generation and procedural generation, at that point, it becomes a tool. But I think I'm driving the point way too off-road here.
Yeah, because like now we're moving into like it being used as a tool conversation, and that is a whole other thing. Like, AI assistance is fantastic in a lot of fields. So yeah, that's hard to really. That's a big one to bite off.
Yeah, and we're talking about 2023 predictions, not Will's half-baked off-road nonsense. Now, what Salen does point out about like the mess of copyright laws. That's something messy. Looking at the way, especially like US legislation moves when it comes to this kind of discussion, I don't think we'll see the discussion around AI art happening at a governmental level. I don't think we'll see that for at least another year or two.
Yeah, because we'll have to have a couple shit hits the fan moments that are very prevalent, I think, before they're going to be prompted to take much action.
Yeah.
Unless there is something that we just don't know about and they're more worried about AI fakes than ever. But I think there's going to have to be something. I don't know if a game awards kerfuffle is going to be a big enough sort of situation, but I think a couple things loop together, or one big moment that's in a large enough industry. I think that's when they'll start to push on some things.
Okay. So if you have any points or predictions on this one you want to throw in, Occult Game Dev is right. You'd have to piss off the House and Mouse. And
Yeah.
bearing in mind there are still bootleg Avengers and Mickey Mouse things out in the world, so
Yeah, demonetize me, you fucking rat. Bring it.
But yeah. Yeah, okay. I think we could spend a day talking about like implementation of like generation in video games and procedural generation of like assets and elements.
Oh, yeah, that's a whole day.
But I don't want to speak for artists or illustrators on this one. We kind of touched on it a little bit, but as a nice little palate cleanser, as a shot of espresso after our tasty, albeit hearty meal, the death of crypto. Wavy arms! Wavy arms! Alright, we won't see cryptocurrency dying in 2023, but 50p in a bag of skips. We will not see any of the functioning NFT games make it to the end of 2023.
You mean non-functioning titles? Oh man, look at that.
Boosh.
NFTs are popping off.
Look, there's no way that these teams who have based their entire monetization model around crypto are going to survive a super duper crypto crash. Especially considering that it was based on the idea that, what was it, NTX or NFX or whatever it's bloody called. FTX. Yeah, it was FTX. That it was going to be the foundation for this, like, inter-trading. And now, that's gone. So you can only really create, like, a self-contained entity while people are selling to each other, but they're already, like, user confidence is already shot. It's gone. So, like...
On Clapper, I would kind of agree with you there. I think that's a lot of why as a non-programmer, as a non-person that can do any of that, I try to stay in the part of the discussion in my depth, which is why I don't think I could ever get into like talking about like the learning stuff there, because I do understand that is incredibly complicated. Bet it all on crypto, yeah, Bismarck. Just bet it all on crypto.
To the moon! To the moon! It feels delicious. Anytime you have to obfuscate your business model to make a successful product, maybe you're doing something fucking wrong there. Metalcore.
Little bit.
All right.
All right, NFTs, ripping on NFTs was all of last year though. So, what are we predicting for next year?
No, we've still got 2 more fucking days where we can. Wail on
true.
lifters.
All right, fire the cannons. Let it happen.
No, that's really it.
A Cold Game Dev makes a good point. Viking coin. I think the long coin for the long con is the way I would go.
But there'll be physical coins. Salient is making a good point. The FTX situation supports some counterpoints. Counterpoint coming from the FTX downfall being a result of classic fraud. Well, the reason why I point to that one is that no one's going to be able to spin up NFX2 between now and April. And come April, all of these teams that have done massive investments in play-to-earn games are going to have to explain why their foundational elements are gone. And also the legalities around it have been solidified by some traditional good old-fashioned fraud. Because the FTC has probably been like, how the fuck do we deal with these bellends? And then it's like, oh, thank God, they committed classic fraud. All right, get them! Well, you know what I'm saying. You know, if you bring it back into games, if you form your entire business model around Beanie Babies, and then the Beanie Baby market crashes, no one in the financial sector is going to keep supporting you into the new year. So, yeah. NFT games. The last Bastage holdouts will release in 2023, and a few of them have actually been doing split development. Where they've been making a NFTA version and a non-NFTA version, so props to them for seeing the fall. even if they did run their mouth about how great it was.
What an incredible waste of resources, though.
Oh yeah.
Like, to have to develop 2 versions of your game because your primary plan was not there, like void. I don't know how to describe funding like that, right? Like,
Well, obviously I'm not commenting on any specific projects that I am aware of, friendly or otherwise, but if I had to theorize how one might do it, it's really easy to fucking fake it. It's really easy to fake it for investors. Hey, look at this video we made. Wow, that video sure does look like all the things you promised. It does, doesn't it? Little do they know that some poor video editing guy, naming no names, has been stitching it together, and the infographics guy has been making it look like it all does the thing it says it does. When in fact, it's just one instance of Unity running on the video editor guy's system, while the rest of the team actually make something. Now, obviously, I'm not referencing any project ever that I have or have not been involved with, but that's the smart play anyway. Now this can backfire, as we saw with the death of Silicon Knights, because if you then have to carry that game through to completion, sometimes, just sometimes, peeps can get a bit grumpy about that, and then legal suits can happen. But what we saw with a lot of teams who developed games for Stadia, they were able to release their games outside of Stadia after, so
yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be different because, like, it's not just like we're releasing a game on Steam or whatever. We're releasing a game with an infrastructure that has crumbled.
Both like the foundational logistics of it and like user confidence.
Yes.
You know,
user confidence is probably, to be honest, the hardest of the things to get back here.
Yeah. And the fucking irony is that with Twitter going through the shitter, a large proportion of the burst growth of nufters was Twitter kind of pushing a very strong space. You could see by the sheer amount of bottage being done in that area. Sorry, friends, you all know all this. This isn't a 2023 prediction. I'm just dining out on this. I had breakfast and yet still I hunger for Schadenfreude. All right. Did you have anything to add on that one? Because I think we should stop me from basically overindulging. I don't want to Schadenfreude and hangover.
Sure, I can help you with that.
I'm just checking the social medias to see if we've got any more predictions. No!
There, I figured I can help you.
Such an asshole! I gotta take my headphones off to do this, but I want you to know. Fuck you, buddy. Having serious
You said you needed a distraction.
Video games and stuff. Oh, look at me. My name's Aperios. I'm gonna make real dead because we're doing the stupid. That's what you sound like. Avatar!
It is what I sound like.
Such a jerk.
A dabstraction. A, I like that one. Rhymes with Smooth, got it. A+.
Dabstraction. Even my skeletons are judging me. Okay, so here's an easy one. Like, here's the baby's mild hot sauce prediction. The new Switch.
Yeah. What about it?
Now, I think the trick is, do you think we'll see it pre or post new fiscal year? That's the trick. Will they announce the new Switch hardware pre or post April?
When does that last Mario Kart DLC come out?
Oh, God.
Is that already out? So that dropped on... Wave 3 dropped on December 7th. Possibly. I think that... The reason that I'm looking at that specifically is because I'm trying to figure out when Nintendo would want to even release a new console.
Well, no. So the thing that the open secret at the moment is it's going to be new Switch hardware. So,
okay.
So we're talking updated guts. So rather than just the OLE, which just had an improved screen, this is going to be more of like the Nintendo incremental step up on.
Gotcha. Okay. The OLED or like the Pro or the Switch, whatever this is going to be. Yeah, I mean that sounds about right.
No one's been able to confirm it for the press, but it's been the open secret. We expected the announcement was going to come much earlier this year, though, and it didn't.
Salen brings up a good point. We're only halfway through the booster course pass for Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we're still...
Now, I can see it being timed with Breath of the Wild 2's drop, because that would be the smart play, but...
Breath of the Wild is when again?
It's Q... Is it Q2? Alright.
May 13th?
Wild 2. Yeah, May, so yeah, Q2.
Okay. That seems soon for a hardware update without any announcements yet. But I guess we did just go through Christmas, so they don't want to distract people with a new hardware announcement and not get sales from what's already on the shelf. No, I mean, that doesn't sound too far off. I would say that definitely timing it around the Zelda release would be a good reason for people to pick up Switches. I would say maybe even a later, like a holiday release. So they're like, hey, you know, in case you haven't picked up Zelda yet, go get your new Switch, pick up Zelda for the kids. So I would definitely say around that time is certainly feasible.
So I think we'll see announcement pre-April. Yeah, you know what? I think we're going to see Q1 announced for that nonsense. Now, Occult Game Dev, I do sympathize. I'm not saying that I want new Nintendo hardware, but it's been the industry's open secret for so long. So far as I can understand from like whispers and hushed "It's a me Mario's" across the industry, is that the intent was to start that this year, but the aftermath of the chip shortage and things like that, we're just starting to get out of that. So far as I understand.
I mean, yeah, chip shortage hampered, I'm sure, a lot of their plans for trying to get new hardware out the door.
And we've all seen like how that's kneecapped like the PlayStation 5 uptick. So, okay.
So I guess to put a cherry on that, do we see, when we say a new updated hardware, do you think we're gonna see a new hardware release of the like the more, I forget what the more basic version is called, but like the one that doesn't have the detachable controllers and all of that stuff? Do you think we're gonna see a hardware upgrade on both fronts, or just their primary Switch console?
Oh yes, the Switch Lite.
Switch Lite, thank you.
I think Bismarck is correct in both. I think what we'll see is another like detachable controllers, plugs into your telly setup first to lead the charge, and then we'll see the no detachables light variant. So it'll be the Switch Pro or the Switch not Chris Pratt, and then we'll have the Switch not Chris Pratt Lite. I think that's
you get that good hardware that plugs into your TV for the big Zelda launch, so everybody's playing it on their big screen, and everybody's like, oh look, the new Switch can play at full resolution and not lag or whatever, so you get that big headline, and then lead into the Lite later on.
I mean, Dustin, I'd love to put hinge peripheral that turns it into a DS on my box, but as I'm sure all the devs in the house who've been around for a while will know, if you all thought the Switch was hard to develop for, the DS, and actually, from what I hear, the 3DS was actually easier than the DS, but
interesting.
Yeah, but I think that was just due to additional back-end support. Nintendo was real good about making it easy to make shit for their latest.
Well, and they'd also had a few years to figure out how to make the dual screen formula really pop.
But back in the day, making games for the DS was painful, which is why there were so many titles where you'd have the game here and basically just the start menu and buttons here.
Yeah.
I'm with Moose though. I'd love to see not only a Hinge, but also a dating app Hinge crossover. Okay, but we keep... Nintendo have this super fucking power. I swear they've got like a fucking obelisk at Nintendo HQ that makes us forget the names of their consoles. We had the Nintendo Wii for like 10 years. They named it after piss! And we were like, cool. Then we got the Piss U. We literally got the Nintendo Water Sports and we let that one slide. The Nintendo Switch. I mean, that's already.
Well, I mean, you gotta have a slip and slide when it comes to water sports.
I mean, what's the next one to be called? The Nintendo, specific Mario 4? Like, I don't fucking know.
It's gonna be the Nintendo you're gonna fucking buy it, so who cares console. And they're gonna shorten that somehow and make it look real good.
Yeah. And we will, and we'll forget. We'll forget again. The obelisk! The obelisk!
No, honestly, to be fair to Nintendo, they make a fantastic system. Yeah. They usually are in a market that not a lot of other people are in. They are bringing the handheld and console market closer together. I honestly think that they are one of the powers that are able to make this sort of thing happen. Yeah, they don't have like a monolithic box that sits on your desk or whatever, like the Xbox or the PlayStation. But like the Switch is one of those things that everybody knows the look. Everybody's familiar with it. They've just got that sort of draw, that sort of power.
Now, I do want to continue this, but people are busting out some great lines. Now, we did come up with the Super Nintendo Power Bottom the other day on Sea of Thieves, and that was a great night.
Hell yeah.
Just call it the Nintendo Kink System. The Nintendo You Are In, and the You Are In Elite. And as a cult game dev says, the Xbox naming convention sucks. And the one thing that no one's confused about is which is the newest Nintendo. Yeah, they are masters of marketing.
Yeah, no, if you're like, hey, go pick up an Xbox, there is 5 different versions of Xbox right now that you'd have to thumb through and hope you get maybe the newest one. I don't know. It is a wild naming convention to me, and the Nintendo Switch is just it's the Switch. Most people don't even call it a Nintendo anything. It's just the Switch.
It has been fascinating to see how the success of the Steam Deck has really changed people's perspective on handheld gaming stuff again, which is fascinating because it is just, what if we made the Switch but for Steam? Here, have $1 squillion.
But it worked. This is just my little mini ramble, but I would love the day that this big ass PC, if it was the size of a Switch and it worked the same. Yeah, okay. So yeah, the Steam Deck was fascinating. Not quite there yet, but when everything can be condensed and we don't have to have as much shit, that's it. I'm all for it.
Oh yeah. So many of my indie friends are just stoked because you can pop a build up on Steam, download it to the deck, test if it works, and physically take the hardware with you to an event.
Oh wow, yeah. I didn't think about it like that. I mean, we did a production run a couple days ago. Some of the stuff that we did at the last production you were involved in, that was off a Steam Deck.
Oh fucking! I didn't know. I should have asked.
Yeah. So
it's cool.
Yeah,
as shit.
it's amazing.
Jumping back in, Dustin was just saying the Nintendo Virtual Overworld Rendering Engine, or 4.
Hey!
Varble saying
Get
Series X
up.
is the newest and greatest Xbox. Is it the Series X, One X, Box Nooks? And a cult game was saying that the Steam Deck kept them alive through their last round of COVID. Angel, if I could give you $1 squillion, I just would. Now, I don't want to make any predictions around the Steam Deck because Valve have a long history of making hardware that's really good and just being we did that, we're cool, next thing.
Yeah, there's only 2 rumblings right now that are interesting about the Steam Deck that have already been kind of talked about, and then we can kind of move past it. But they're thinking about working on bringing back the room units, the Steam Links. I'm trying to figure out how to make that a better sort of system now that everybody's really adopting the deck.
Oh, nice.
And they're slightly openly talking about what the next generation of Steam Deck will look like and what they would want to change.
Fuck yeah. I mean, I'm still using my classic one. It's a great piece of hardware, and it basically means I can stream everything here right to the telly.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, Occult Game Dev is right. We will only ever get a Steam Deck 2. We will never get a Steam Deck 3, so they better just make the next one perfect, because we can't get one past that.
But we might get a Steam Deck 2 Episode 2.5 Redux.
Oh yeah, right? Steam Deck Alex.
There we go. That's how they got over their hump of counting to 3. They just came up with a new 3. Oh, see? Everybody's in the fucking zone.
Perfect.
All right. So as we're at the 2-hour mark, do you need a break, a bevy? I'm kind of thinking about making an extra cup of tea as we're continuing.
Yeah, I mean, we could do a quick 2 minutes if you need to run off or something. I could always freshen my cup.
Okay, I put some smooth jams back on, and yes, that was the OC remix album of Armored Core for Answer. Okay, so I'll put the BRB needs up. I'll put the BRB needs tea up. So I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go pop the kettle on very quickly, and then I'll come back, and then we can back and forth where I'm making some tea.
Wait.
Oh, actually no, I can make coffee. So all right, I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee, and I'll be back. If you don't mind talking to these lovely Mother Hubbards.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm leaving you with them.
We're not on my channel. I don't got to worry about TOS.
Please don't. Please. But what I will say, friends, is write down your predictions, have a think and a ponder, because we'll be throwing it over to your good selves. I've been pulling a few from Twitter and stuff. Okay. Before I go get that coffee, this is completely unrelated to anything, but I've had Twitter open because, I've been getting a lot of the predictions from there, which has been real fun, but it means that things keep popping up over there. And one of them is that, are you aware of a gentleman called Andrew Tate?
Andrew Taint?
Andrew Tate.
Not Taint.
Sadly not Taint.
So not like Gooch, not Taint. Okay, no.
Apparently, the gentleman is in a lot of trouble with a lot of different countries and was arrested today because in one of his videos, he ordered pizza from a local pizza chain and they used the QR code on the box to find out where the fuck he was. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Science.
Yup.
Oh, that's great.
Friends, I know I said we were done with Schadenfreude, but there's always time for dessert, right? There's always time for dessert. Yeah, after Greta ruined him, he ruined himself. When he was being big man on YouTube or Twitter or whatever, he left the pizza box in, and the QR code had it.
Oh, man.
Glorious.
Whew. Gotta be careful.
Okay, Scotty's saying they didn't actually need the QR code because it had the name of the pizzeria on it.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's good stuff.
All right, I'm gonna get a coffee to wash that Schadenfreude down. So I'll be back in just a second.
Right on, right on. Well, fantastic. Hello and welcome, everybody. Hope you're all having a fantastic day out there. Yeah, I know we're gonna get to some predictions at some point. Curious, what is everybody waiting for as far as games? That's the one place I'm a little out of touch right now. And this seems to be the game place. Nothing like a splotch of hubris, right? Valkyria Chronicles 5. Wow, okay. Splatoon Season 3. All right, right on, right on. Oh, wow, how was Splatoon Season 3? Or Season 2? Because I was wondering about the new Splatoon, because I don't hear much about it in the competitive scene, but I am a little detached from that, so it's hard to tell. I know the last one did really well. Oh shit, we were supposed to get a new Fable soon. Oh. I remember that the ad for that threw me off so hard. I thought it was gonna be something else right up until the little fairy got eaten, and I was like, oh, I know what this is now. I have so many games and no time and no money. Oof. Free to play all the way. I guess if you don't have time, then yeah, never mind. Don't listen to me. Fortnite craziness. Yeah, dude, Fortnite right now is cracking. I've been playing a lot of Fortnite. The Unreal 5 update. Oh man, it's so good. Like I'm genuinely impressed. Game feels good right now. Sean Clapper's not waiting for anything. After Dwarf Fortune came out, list is fulfilled. Hell yeah. Yo, that's a good place to be in. I'm waiting for Redfall right now. Most of the stuff that I was waiting for already came out. Arbles, Baldur's Gate 3. So you're waiting for like the full release then? You didn't play any of the preview yet? I'm kind of in a similar boat. I think I might jump in on Baldur's Gate 3 because I've been watching a lot of those like From Hell diaries, or the blog from Hell, or the panel from Hell, or whatever it's called. It looks really good. Got a dog ask, anyone interested in Starfield? I think a lot of people are interested in Starfield. We're all just, sorry, I'm not going to speak for everybody. Let me roll that back a little bit. I myself am a little bit, not worried, but like, I'm wondering how it's going to play out because they've pushed it back now. Is this like a thing we got to be worried about? This is Bethesda, so I'm not super worried, but you know, we'll see how Starfield works out. I want to try it. Am I hyped? I don't know. It is kind of fun to watch them drop a new IP though, so that's going to be really cool. I think that's the thing I'm the most hyped for, is seeing how they handle a new IP, like a fresh one. Opinions on the Epic Games settlement. Pay them their money. That's my opinion. And that gets really tough because I play Fortnite, but knowing that they were doing the data stuff that they were, I mean, that's a whole day of conversation in and of itself, and we may talk about that at some point on my channel, but that's a big topic. But all I'm gonna say is pay them their money. Epic just needs to shell out and get it over with. Oh, more arcane stuff would be nice, yeah. Well, Redfall, I think, is who's doing... sorry. My brain. Oh, and I just hit my coffee cup. Whoops. Arcane is doing Redfall, and that's... I liked Deathloop enough. I never, like, finished a single-player playthrough. I loved playing it when I was hunting Will. I never got into Dishonored. But Redfall looks like my kind of slice, and it looks like it might be delayed again. So we'll see. As there is an internal delay rumor going around that the game might be pushed out to Q2 2023. So, but hearing anything about it is good because we haven't heard anything about Redfall's release date at all. Frostpunk 2, hell yeah. Ghost Simulator 2. Oh, we're getting a Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection? Dope. Scott Doggy Dog, I'm kind of in a similar situation. I just like, personally, I am interested to see how a single player, and I know this is casting a broad net, but like, or kind of like a general statement, but like I'm kind of interested to see how a single player No Man's Sky is going to pan out from Bethesda. And I know that's like just basically like comparing one game to another, but all that I have seen from it just points to a very, very polished out of the gate single player No Man's Sky. And I mean that in all the best ways because I love what No Man's Sky has turned into. I wish I had more time to play it because a lot of my friends play it, and like that game is going amazingly now. It took a little while, as we all know. Iko was saying that Silk Song would be nice. Gave up on actively daydreaming about it though. just hold out. Don't hold your breath. Just hold out. I'm hoping to. That's one of the ones that I was looking forward to getting at least a little more information on. While I'm not like the Hollow Knight aficionado, I love Metroidvania style games. That is probably, if not my favorite genre, right up there in like 2 and 3. And like I am super excited to see what they do with Silk Song because I enjoyed my Hollow Knight playthrough, but I enjoy a lot of Metroidvania style games, so we'll see how that one goes. I'm excited. That's interesting. What game without an announced sequel would you want to see announced in 2023? Ooh, that's tough. Do Vampire Survivors 2. No, realistically, oh gosh, I don't really have a good answer for that. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that. With an unannounced sequel. Cause like I guess I don't think about games that I'd like follow-ups to, because then I get my hopes up. But that is a good question. I don't know. I honestly don't know. The sequel that I just want to get, I can tell you the game that I just want to have happen, and that's the closest thing. FIFA, yeah, right. The game that I want to see come to fruition, and I'm pretty sure they're just gonna let it do a silent death and actually just disappear. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. But in my personal and professional heart, I feel like they are just gonna let it have a silent death. Oh wow, Favor 6. I did not expect anybody to bring up The Darkness. I loved The Darkness too. That game was amazing. Jackie Estacado is one of my favorite characters in comic books. I used to read all of it. Clayton Crane was one of my favorite artists back in the day. Yada yada yada. I could go on about that one for a while. But yeah, if we got The Darkness 3, I would flip. I don't know if The Darkness is hot enough right now. It's kind of like Spawn, where it was like super super hot in the 90s because it was edgelordian as fuck. But I don't know, maybe. It would have a lot of fun gunplay in it, though.
Hello there. I had to give the baby boy the good drugs, so apologies for the wait.
Oh, no worries. Take care of your kids. So I could get into the Darkness back and forth for. Oh, sorry, not The Darkness. The Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2.
Okay. Do we want to save that for our predictions?
Sorry, we were just talking about the fact that like I personally think they're gonna let it bleed a silent death. Unfortunately, I would love to see it actually come back. We just kind of stumbled across it, but like it's one of those things where I don't think, because it's such a big thing, I don't think they would announce that they're canceling it. I think it's big enough that they would silently let it die. Oh yeah, take your time. But again, I'm always open to Discord about this, because like I just think that because I knew some of the folks that worked at Hardsuit Labs. They tried their damnedest. They worked really hard on it. A lot of things happened. A lot of very specific people left the project before the whole thing collapsed at Hardsuit. And so there's a lot of signs that point to, while I would love to see Vampire pop up, is it too late now? Are we past that moment that the hammer could have been hit, and do they just kind of let it slide? Or do they try to ramp it back up? Because even graphically, it's looking very dated. But sorry, I don't want to just turn this into a vampire-centric discussion. Samurai Gamer says, "Well, Lies of P is an interesting one." Yeah, I'm curious about Lies of P. I'm a little I'm a little back and forth because I haven't seen combat that isn't like one-off combat. I would love to see more of just like the general roaming around fighting stuff, because the things that I've seen seem like set piece fights. But I've only seen like 2 trailers for it. Fearless Sun, yes, the Darkness and Witchblade are in the same universe. A lot of times in the comic books, they would even team up. But yeah, Rhymes with Smooth, it's tough to, because like it does feel like it is very central. Now, if a company can pick it up and make it happen, then yeah, it's gonna see. It'll be interesting to see. You know, let's just be honest. The real reason that I'm super excited for Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, and I'm just gonna be honest about it, it's because I live in Seattle, and it's so cool to me whenever a game actually uses Seattle as a setting. It is so fucking rare, and they hardly ever get it correct, right? Because it's always some version of it. So like. Infamous Second Son. It was in Seattle, but it was like a blown up, kind of weird, scattered version of Seattle. Bloodlines 2, though, was supposed to be a fairly on point representation from the docks to the yards, essentially, of what downtown looks like. I'm sure they'd take some liberties, but even like the triangle parking lot that's downtown is supposed to be in the game. That's why I was hyped for it, to be honest.
Oh yeah, no. Like the creepy ass hospital up on the hill. Oh, 1 million, thank you.
Right? Oh, sorry, Jackie Foxy, but Bloodlines 2 is not out yet. It has been pushed back. Unfortunately, the development team, Hardsuit Labs, that was working on it has been taken off the game. There is a lot of kerfuffle behind the scenes.
We still don't know who's making it now, if it's being made at all.
Yeah. The only thing that we know is that it has no developer right now. And that is all that we know, which is a weird place for a game to be in, especially that far along in development.
But does it have a Soho?
Oh, we're not even starting on the Soho, because friendos are talking about Infamous Second Son being like a weird remix of like the Seattle layout, very much like fucking Watch Dogs Legion in London, which, as Favor 6 is pointing out, caused me to unravel. Do you need a break? Do you need more coffee, good sir?
Yeah, I'll go warm my cup up real quick.
Via Kuaz.
Stand up and stretch my legs so my watch or my phone or whatever stops beeping at me wherever it's at. Tells me to be healthy or whatever.
Ugh.
Damn technology keeping me healthy.
Healthy today. But it does mean that, friends, whilst we're having a chat, so if you want to catch up with Aperios in the mornings and continue this banterific stuff, there is a shout out up now, so please do give him a follow. I don't get to watch much of Aperios' stuff since he started getting up in the morning like a healthy person, but I highly
My show is at 10. It is a little early for Will.
Yeah.
Usually 10:30 though. We kind of slide into things about 10:30, just to be honest. We pull a Will in the mornings.
Back in the day, we used to do it in the wee hours, but that was another story.
The wee hours. Talking about piss again.
I'm talking about piss. I'm gonna keep the BRB
I'll be right back.
up.
10 a.m. Pacific. Thank you. Yes, caffeine. Appreciate it. Thanks for the
10
plug.
a.m. Pacific. But no, seriously, do give Aperios a follow. I cannot recommend this stuff enough. And if you've got any thoughts, feelings, predictions, scribble them down. We can add them in. And what I also wanted to say was thank you for everybody throwing in bits. Like, it's behind the scenes. There's a lot going on at the moment, but we're getting through it. You might have noticed I sat down and leapt up. Even with assistance, the animals are a lot. But let's get back to video games. J-Post, I would love to hear the deconstruction of someone going through Fallout 4 who's lived in Boston. What I want to do is, as I don't know, Fiona lived in DC for a while, and I don't know whereabouts in Washington DC that they were living. You know, I don't know that region at all. But there's a part of me that wants to take them through Fallout 3 and see if it causes a similar level of damage. Lagmeister says, it used to be considered the wee hours. Is it now considered the Switch hours? So Varbles, I don't think... No, actually, you know what? I agree. I don't think we'll see them releasing for another year or two. But I honestly... Weirdly, I think it's Returnal that did it. Because a lot of people have looked at Supergiant as an anomaly. After Pyre didn't sync the team, a lot of people would be looking at it and being like, oh, well, Supergiant must just be one of those developers who can do whatever, right? But Returnal was a great, like, AAA point to go, like, no, look at that. That is roguelike with a looping story. It fucking works. It's time to start it. Aiden, to my knowledge, I don't think there are any games set in an Irish city. There's a few set in some, like, facsimiles of, like, the Irish countryside. And I think Clive Barker's Jericho by Clive... No! Clive Barker's Undying was either set in this most southernmost point of Ireland or the northernmost point of Scotland, as it was definitely the rural Gaelic filtered through an American person's gaze. Lots of henges. Lots of henges. Oh, and Lance. No, it's absolutely fine. I was just helping with looking after the baby boy, giving him some of the good drugs. And I, too, was looking at the Andrew Tate doxing. Just delicious. Just delicious. Stammering says Edinburgh and Horizon 4 was surprisingly familiar too, sort of. Yeah! Stammering, they create this wonderfully... excuse me. This wonderfully gorgeous, like, caricature of, like, Edinburgh and the surrounding countryside. Oh. But yeah, but Fearless, if you missed it, due to the altercations of a grown-ass man yelling at Greta Thunberg, I'm so sorry I butchered the surname, but yeah, after the exchange yesterday about too many cars, which I was so sleep deprived yesterday, I was kind of half in, half out. But in the video response that he made about, you know, a little girl telling him maybe he shouldn't have so many cars, he doxed himself and allowed Romanian authorities to arrest him on human trafficking charges. So, get to dine out on that one. Good times, good times. If he hadn't gotten into a pissing contest with a teenage girl whose only goal is to help us not kill the planet. like I said, Schadenfreude dessert. So a Cold Game Dev, from what I've heard about the Irish games industry scene, I can't remember which... Angel Clean, she's 19 years old? Oh god. Fucking time travel. But yeah, from what I understand about the Irish game dev scene is very active. Now, this is where my knowledge gets a bit hazy, so please forgive me if this is incorrect. But by my understanding, Ireland offered massive tax breaks to tech companies. And so Google and Dell and a bunch of large tech companies set up their operations in Ireland. And so because of this has led to kind of a bit of an underground dev scene. The Romeros, John and Brenda respectively, have moved their operation over there. And I believe they aren't the only peeps in that space. Ireland's slowly working out how to advertise its own video game scene, but it's taking a little while. I guess the problem is the Romeros are already famous for being, you know, industry legends of like titanic proportions. So I think a lot of their involvement overrides the fact that they're based out of Ireland. Sorry, we're talking about the Irish game dev scene. And dining out about the whole Andrew Tate situation. Delicious. Oh, as is the coffee. Thank you for coffee! This coffee is bloody marvellous. Okay. So we are back. I might keep the smooth jams on. As much as I was enjoying the Armored Core bangers. Okay, so we have returned.
Isn't smooth jam just jelly? You don't have to answer that.
Why would you do that to me? You know I'm sleepy. Bully me. I'm getting bullied on my own bloody show here. Right. So, again, friends, we're doing our 2023 video games industry predictions. So, this one's kind of a gimme, but I think it warrants mentioning. Embracer Group will be announcing more acquisitions. They are not done buying companies. It feels like a gimme, but basically, for those who don't know, Embracer Group is an investment company that owns a lot of different companies and is highly valued, and it's that high valuation that allows them to make money to buy companies.
Make money.
So they need to continue growing to continue succeeding. So they have to buy companies. They have to keep consuming, and next year everyone's going to be scared because the potential for a big fiscal crash is just looming over us.
Yep.
And when I say us, I mean...
His smooth jam isn't jelly. It's confident enough in itself to no feel like that.
Favor 6, thank you. Throwing me for a loop there.
Good stuff.
Oh, yes. When I talk about, like, you know, the looming financials and stuff, I mean on the games industry. There are a whole bunch of places that are already starting to feel like the effects. But those are for a myriad of different reasons. What we've seen in previous recessions is that video games do okay. It's the middleweight independents that get fecked over. You know,
yeah.
Your teams of like 30 to 50 people who aren't owned wholly by a publisher, they be the ones that be hurting. And so I think those are the studios that are going to shore up with publishers or people like Embracer Group. Embracer Group is built on sand, so it worries me, but...
It's wild, too, because they own some crazy entertainment assets that you wouldn't expect. Like, they own Middle-earth Enterprises.
Yeah.
They own Dark Horse Comics. Like, it's wild.
Yeah. They don't have one big moneymaker, but they have lots of little ones, and I don't know how they're going to turn all of their operations into profit, but at the moment, their current stratagem is increase their worth by growth, and so they just need to keep growing to succeed.
Yeah, it's a very, like, grow portfolio, trim portfolio, grow portfolio, trim portfolio sort of situation that we're seeing here.
Yeah, so
they're buying and trimming rapidly.
Yeah, so they'll drop weight during like the off season. You know, like, so when it's between like quarters, and then increase as is. So Lance, it's not a hedge fund. It's a strange quirk of, I believe, the Netherlands. Where it's
a holding company.
Yeah. And in that particular region, you are allowed to borrow against your stock valuation. Now, this is the point where I need like an actual fiscal person to give me the specifics. So please do not take what I'm saying as exactly to the letter. But the broad strokes understanding is that they can borrow money based on how much they are worth as a company, and then they use that money to buy stuff, which makes them worth more, which allows them to borrow more, which makes them, it's not a hedge fund. The person who started it has done a bunch of businesses throughout the years. In fact, they made their first wedge of money with an online comics selling. And Occult Game Dev is correct. If they go belly up, it's going to be THQ all over again. It's going to be an IP pinata.
Yeah.
But I think because people are going to be willing to shore up, and because they have enough momentum, they're going to tank through next year. Aside from like a random lightning strike failure, I don't think we'll see anything large to that. Alright, what have I got left on the list?
Because like, it's just wild to think that Embracer was Nordic Games, and then THQ Nordic, and then Embracer.
The irony of that. But if they go belly up, it does mean the curse of THQ is real.
Yeah, right?
So it does mean that, friends, there may come a time... Shout out to Mark. Fucking hell. Varble's being keeper of the old memes. So I don't know if you have anything to add on the Embracer Pac-Manian nom 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 through the industry.
No, just embrace the chaos.
All
Get
right.
ready, see what happens. I mean, like, honestly, the way that I look at a lot of these things is that I hope that the people on the ground, no matter what happens, lands on their feet. Whether they become rich and fat because of the money they make off of getting bunch of deals or whatever at the ground level. We're talking about at the ground level, the people working on the games, or they land on their feet if this all goes belly up. Because like, I don't care about the people at the top. The part that matters is all the people that are making the games, the content, all the hard work, sweat, and tears that are going into this. Yeah. I hope those people are okay no matter what happens with Embracer.
Sincerely as well. There's a part of me that does worry that the reason why they got rid of the Go series was because of those games maybe not making enough. Okay, I'm not happy that the Deus Ex Go and Lara Croft Go and Hitman Go team got let loose. They were some of the best mobile games we've seen from a traditional gaming studio. There's a part of me that wonders if they weren't making a lot of money and they were very expensive to create. The reason that those games were so good is they were designed with more of a core gaming sensibility in mind and weren't able to make the same kind of cash as comparatively cheaper products in the gaming space, the mobile space. So yeah, and that was the big team that got let go after all the acquisitions. Like, they were at that point where they were too large a studio to just have them ticking over and not really making a profit. But yeah, that was all I had to add to that one. Like, I wholeheartedly agree with you. Like, with these huge like acquisition feeding frenzies, you can see a lot of turnover of talent. You can see a lot of turnover of everybody's shenanigans, and I'd hate to see boots on the ground people get badly displaced. Do you want a fun one?
Yeah, hell yeah, let's do a fun one. Let's
right.
do the second half. Let's bring it into a fun one.
All right, ladies, gentlemen, heroes, warriors, crewmates and villains. This year, we will see a title fight the likes of which our industry has never observed. In the blue corner, E3. It's old, it's stodgy, it's doxed my friends. In the red corner, Keeley. He's gangly, he's weird, he's the Dorito Pope. Next year, we will see E3 versus Games Fest head to head. And I'm like, yo. We might need to do a poll. Because, like, on the one hand, E3, they've hired a bunch of very experienced people from across the industry to try and dig them out of the funk they're in.
They're also, this year is one of the first year you're going to be able to apply for, like, a media badge as, like, a content creator.
Yep.
Which is a big deal.
Yeah, but throughout, Keeley's been gaining ground and gaining ground. Keeley's been the one basically keeping the industry together in a cohesive fashion, like from a media standpoint. Keighley is not like a tentpole or anything, but you know what I'm saying.
But it's fair to say that the shows that he puts on are a large part of, you know, what is happening nowadays.
And this is going to be a big shaker. Because there's so many different outcomes. You know, the death of E3 will lead to more bespoke things throughout the year. But one thing we have seen with like Wholesome Direct and Ludo Narracon and everybody having their own digital press conferences and things, that it's spread the focus so far that teams that would usually be getting attention aren't. Whereas what we've seen is that Keighley has turned both Summer Games Fest and the Game Awards into the focal points of media throughout the year.
For everybody.
For everyone.
I think that's a really important thing, as you know, as you're saying that, you know, E3 has become a little more garden world. This Keighley's thing has become, this is the for everybody experience.
So can E3 dodge and weave and like adapt to this new situation fast enough? Like they're hiring the talent to do it.
So can we take a second to talk about this last award show real quick?
Oh sure. Lizzie, do you want to? Yeah, Lizzie, give us a 5-minute poll on E3 versus Keighley. Sorry.
This is important because I think this plays into the Keighley weight versus the E3 sort of situation, because when we're talking about, and I want to focus on the award show specifically because it's important here, when you're talking about star power and just being a raw entertainment presence, having, as awkward as they were, having those gigantic names come up on stage after we've had in the past, like the Keanus and the Dwaynes and all those people at these events, making them a part of it, where they are out there doing awards. We are, I think what we're seeing Keighley try to do right now is bridge the gap and make something like E3 irrelevant, because if you have, and the award show is a specific example, but like, I think they're going big because of the fact that this is becoming more like an official staple of industry. If you're outside of industry, you will probably watch Summer Games Fest. If you are outside of industry, you will probably watch the awards show. I mean, like, those are the presentation moments that have people that are of note showing up to them now. I think he is making a bid to do the jump to eradicate an E3 in a decent way. I'm sure he'll throw them an olive branch, but making a play to have a legitimate award show with known people, and it's a decent advertising platform, that's the winner right there.
Right.
And we saw it this last year. It might have been awkward, but we saw it.
E3's always been about the business side of it, and it's no longer serving any of its business functions.
Sorry, I saw the Christopher Judge. Some say he's still giving his acceptance speech. I loved that moment.
Look,
he just like talked through the music.
They tried to play him off, but with epic God of War music. Didn't they understand it makes him more powerful?
Right, he just got louder and more into it. I loved it. That was such a good moment. But it's these moments that are the E3 versus Jeff Keighley moments.
Well, yeah, but and to articulate on that one, who gave him the fucking award? But fucking Al Pacino. Like, okay, yes, he's old.
Yeah.
And he's, like a lot of us, he's definitely seen better times since lockdown. But that's motherfucking Scarface. That is a name that means something to so many generations.
Absolutely.
And E3 doesn't have that star power. And let us remember that a lot of times when we talk about the power of E3, we're actually talking about the press conferences, which aren't part of E3.
Yeah, we're talking about the spectacle.
Yeah, because You're Breathtaking was considered to be part of E3 in its blanket, right? But it's not. That's not something that the ESA is, or whoever it is that runs fucking E3 these days. I could probably re-pop again. But whoever it is that's running that, that's not part of their main stable. That was Microsoft doing their big main stage. and getting Keanu fucking Reeves on there. Like, when you separate it, like, that Microsoft press conference will still happen. Keighley's plugged into that. Like, if you want to stream that, you can, you know, you go via Twitch, you go via, like, you know, your approval from those platforms. You don't go to E3 to get approval.
Yeah.
For the Games Fest, for those of you who don't know, like, they are so quick and so fast with handing out press kits and licensing agreements to allow you to stream the Game Awards. So, like, back in the day, you couldn't just live stream that stuff and charge for it because you'd get a big old DMCA on the wrist. And Keighley was like, nah, we're going to let everybody stream their live reactions to it and bring the thunder.
It's the permeating other areas. It's the getting into the minds of not just the main consumer or the core audience for this stuff, but it's getting into the conversation. It's like when you have an award show that actually has known actors, voice actors, physical actors, movie actors, whatever you want to, you know, however you want to call them, popular actors, that draws in the moms, the dads, the grandpas, the people that are on the outer rings of this sort of thing, and it really makes this whole thing more cohesive to everybody instead of just the people involved in the niche. I think he's making a bid to make this no longer a niche thing, but something everybody can get into.
Yeah, and that's not altruistic. Again, I'm still pissed at him for the whole Dorito Pope nonsense, and like, I'm not going to forget that one for a long time. Like, his... But anyway, but if we're looking at it from a business standpoint, which we have to as both, you know, people who game and people who make games, like, it's hard to see how E3 is going to step to that. And
yeah, exactly.
The other flip side being is that E3's playing catch up, Keighley's not. Also, yeah, the Longship agrees with this on Keighley. Someone put in a shitload of mead points to make sure that Keighley won at 69%.
Nice.
Oh, okay, so MDH, Dorito Pope, Dorito Pope. So back when Keighley used to be a games journalist, he did a bit for Halo 2, I want to say? Is it Halo 2 or 3? Where he's literally sitting in between a huge pile of Doritos and a huge pile of Mountain Dew and telling you about how wonderful and brilliant Halo's going to be. Like, it's a paid advertisement. He got called out by a journo who was quitting the industry, Rob Florence. And, like, we don't need to go down this rabbit hole, but in video game history, it's one of the progenitors points of Gamergate. The reason being is that everyone went, hey, it's a bit bullshit that, you know, these people working in the media space are doing what is essentially paid advertisement and presenting it like journalism, and that resentment, that anger didn't go away. So when a bunch of bad words started touting the whole ethics and games journalism, that was the flashpoint that kind of fueled a lot of people joining it, not realizing that they'd accidentally joined an anti-women in games industry hate group.
Oof.
Yeah,
big oof.
What it happened with a lot of content creators that got involved with the movement early on because of Keighley and the whole Doritos Pope incident. And they would only find out later that it was a targeted campaign against a female game dev that spilled out. Anyway, that's Wizard Veto on the rest of that one, just to put it into context. But yeah. Scotty, I do disagree. Video games have reached the point of mainstream. It's just the focal point and the value is what we're seeing from this. So, like, the Game Awards having huge, gigantic, like, Hollywood names and this big star-studded spectacle that's full of adverts and stuff like that. That's something that's much more marketable. You know, sadly, as much as I love it, and I say this as a BAFTA card-carrying member, you know, the BAFTAs just doesn't have that same kind of pull Because BAFTA's like a single organization. It's not an advertising platform, you know? Sorry, I'm going off on about 3 different topics. I'd like to thank Coffee for that one.
In a way, I kind of agree. Not necessarily like, not necessarily with like it is a thing for kids, because I think we are of the generation where a lot of the kids have grown up to the point where they are now buying the games. But there is a gap at the top where, like, unless your family is familiar with technology, having just been over to my family's and realizing how life can be some other places, they were not as up on it. And I think there is like at least maybe not one full generation, but like a few moments, like, and this is what I mean by like this event being kind of like a good tentpole moment for us, where like I think we're very close to it just being everybody understands it, because almost all the way up to grandma, you could find people playing things like Candy Crush. Whether or not things are going to be for them, that's the tough part, and that's where award shows and stuff come into play.
Yeah, it puts names that they know in the same space.
So yeah, we're making a bid for it, but I think it's going to be a little bit. But everybody knows Mario, and we're getting a Mario movie, so that's going to be maybe that's it right there. That is going to be the revolution that brings everybody together. The Chris Pratt fucking Mario film. Go see it in theaters. Nintendo, pay me some money.
Look, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna watch that. It's gonna be all about Jack Black's Bowser, and for everything else, I'm just gonna be zoning out. The Toads are wrong. Mario's wrong. Luigi's kind of wrong. I mean, you can tell.
Yeah, favorite secret. There has never been a bad Mario movie. I agree. Done. Knock it out of the park.
I'm just sad that Bob Hoskins didn't live long enough to see his movie vindicated. Like, I'm not going to be able to diss on the cyberpunk weird Mario film again, because it's not going to be the worst one. Why'd you bring this up? Why would you bring this up on this, the day of my guinea pig's wedding?
We're making predictions.
We're making
about
predictions!
about things that are going to make turmoil and upheave the earth that is known of the video games, and
that is why we are all gathered here today. And the Sonic movies are bangers. Here's the thing: I hate that I think the Mario movie is going to do gangbusters.
It's going to be great. I say it right now. The movie is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a visual feast. The colors are fantastic in it. The whole point of that film is to hit you with as many Mario nostalgia points as possible and slap a story behind it. And honestly, from that one trailer alone, it looks like it's going to be a banger. And I'm not even being like joking about this. Like, the Chris Pratt voice things, whatever. The movie looks like it's going to be a nostalgia treat, and I think as long as it hits those boxes, yes, you're right. It's gonna do gangbusters.
Yeah, and what hurts, I think, is because the visual style of it and the wildness of it hits right. It's just, you know, the American cast is like 70% stinky duds.
Yo, that the French voice acting though apparently is on point. The Japanese voice acting is apparently super sexy. Like the dude's voice is just like butter in your ears, if you're into butter in your ears. But like, you know, whatever,
No!
right?
No. Do not butter your ears. So yeah, that's definitely one. I've definitely got a couple more on the list, but I want to see. So, friends, if you've written down any of your 2023 predictions, like now's the time to throw it on in. So, Stammering, I think that after definitely The Witcher, the curse has been broken already. Like, Witcher and Arcane are so good. We've already.
Oh, are we talking about breaking the game to the game to another media curse, like film or television? Yeah.
Yes.
I think The Witcher and Arcane have shown us that they can definitely be adapted into shows. Now that makes me wonder if it's because the longer narrative gives us more time with the characters and we're not just in a 2-hour box. But movies are definitely like on the cusp. I'd say Sonic has kind of broken through in that fun sort of way for everybody. But like when we're talking about shows, that gives us enough time, kind of like a game, to get absorbed in that world. It's tough to say with movies because you only get a limited amount of time.
Yeah, that's definitely been where they've struggled. That unless you really understand the games and can convert it into a much shorter format. Now, so Keldra, I do agree that they were picking the wrong kind of games to adapt, but they were usually the ones that were already making money. I don't think we need to go into this one today because it's a topic I love talking about and it's so deep. Because Occult Gender was mentioning the whole like game to anime proven format, which reminds me of how like when you're adapting manga to anime, you don't always want the biggest. You want the ones that have the potential and the interest. But that's another story. Navalis is throwing out the classic Bloodborne remastered on PC. I mean, shit, I've been hearing that one as a whispering through the industry for the last 2-3 years. Any thoughts or feels? Friends, I'm writing down your predictions on the list so we can go over them.
It's hard for me to see a world in which that we get a Bloodborne on PC. And I don't know if it's because it should have already happened. It should have been one of the first titles out of the gate. I know Spider-Man is one of their highest selling games. I know God of War is one of their titles, but like not even hearing anything about Bloodborne is odd. And having seen what Sony has done recently, I would honestly say they in my heart, they're gonna hold on to Bloodborne. I don't even know if we're gonna see another one. I would love to, but I don't think it's gonna leave PlayStation. I really don't.
I mean, we saw the remake of Demon Souls for the PS5, and I think it's one of those ones where it happening makes good business sense. Whether or not...
Demon Souls, just to clarify, sorry, Demon Souls only ever came out on console, correct?
Yes,
like
it's
the
just
Demon
PS5.
Souls. And the old PS3, Demon Souls also...
Yeah, was only on PS3.
Okay.
Now, that makes a weird sense because PS3 games are a fucking arsehole to make, and they're even more of an arsehole to port.
Absolutely.
If you want to do a deep dive, look up the PS3 Bayonetta launch. Like...
Okay.
Oh, that's a whole story. But the PS4 and the PS5 have been made with more of a developer-friendly focus, and we've seen that like help a lot with ports and improvements and updates and whatnot. Sony are definitely losing ground to the pass system. You know, if the platform wars really are what next year is all about, they're off to a shaky start. And to those of you who may not know what I'm talking about, so when I say platforms, I don't mean consoles. I mean like the two ecosystems. So in the Sony v Microsoft space, if you are just using Game Pass on PC, or if you're a console user or what have you, you're part of Microsoft's platform. If you have a PS4 or a PS5 right now, you're part of Sony's. And they have released some games on PC which have been selling okay, but those, to my knowledge, have been mostly Steam releases and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, as far as I know... Oh, actually, no. There are a handful of games on the Epic Store as well.
Okay. So...
Spider-Man, for sure, to my knowledge, possibly God of War also. So I think they have been... 1-for-1 on Epic Store.
Okay. Bloodborne on PC makes a buttload of sense from a business standpoint to help Sony like gain more ground, because as it's turned out, like Bloodborne has become one of the games. It's still being discussed. It's still being purchased. Obviously not to the same degree, but however, FromSoft now has a lot more weight, a lot more power, so I highly doubt that team's going to want to just be doing remakes all the time.
Well, and not to get into the weeds about this specifically, but like from my loose understanding of it, it was not a pleasant development experience for the Bloodborne team working with Sony. So I don't know beyond that, but like that was the biggest thing that I heard that could be impacting it.
Quite possibly. And I don't think it's too tinfoil hat of me to say that Sony's going to want to hang on to the exclusive of having Bloodborne in their ecosystem, because it's one of the strong titles they have.
Yeah.
Now, Occult Game Dev makes a good point that Sony is a fussy dev partner, and that for the Demon's Souls Remastered, that is a PS5 exclusive, so they did go back and work with them to an extent. Oh, did they farm out the Demon's Souls Remaster?
Yeah, the Demon's Souls Remaster was not.
Fuck.
So,
I did not know that. See?
Double check that.
Hey, and friends, this is why I love having chats with everybody, is that, you know, we all have little gaps in our knowledge.
Yeah, so that was done by Bluepoint.
I mean, from what I hear, they banged it out of the park.
Oh yeah, Barbel's there with the confirmation there.
Now,
Tasros, have a good evening.
oh, it was lovely chatting with you, and to be continued, friend. Sorry, I was in the good hole. Which actually could have rephrased that better. I was in the FromSoft Mind Palace. So there's a possibility they could farm Bloodborne out, and that Demon's Souls was the test case, because like Demon's Souls did not change the fate of the PS3. It was a cult game that loads of people talked about, but it didn't put the PS3 back on top during that console generation. Bloodborne absolutely led the fucking charge for the PS4. I don't think that's a contrarian thing. I guess
this is why I would be even firmer in thinking that they would, if they're going to do another Bloodborne, we won't see it on PC. I think it, at best we could hope that it may be part of their streaming package or something Sony has in the future. But to me, hearing that it's something that now could potentially move units, like literally move units off the shelf, is kind of a thing that tells me that you would maybe do Bloodborne 2 or a Bloodborne remaster on PS5.
Yeah.
And then hit the PC market.
It means giving up a little bit of ground in the platform wars, but then solidifying them as the OG home console again. And
when you think about titles, right? Xbox is kind of like my buffet. I go there to get a little bit of everything, and on PC I can get a little bit of everything. But if I want that specific treat, I'm gonna hit PlayStation. Your Infamouses, your Spider-Mans, your God of Wars, your very specific, long narrative, or like really just, PlayStation centric titles. And that's another reason why I think, like, you say Bloodborne, I say that shit could move units, and then Bloodborne Remake or Bloodborne 2 is Bloodborne's foray into PC, and you just keep that hunger for the old game on the console. That's my weird thought on it.
No, it's kind of fascinating, and the confusing nature of the Xbox naming convention has definitely lost them a little bit of that space. But we'll see how it goes. We know that FromSoft's doing Armored Core next. We've got a little bit.
How about a Bloodborne TV show produced by Sony? Screw all the nonsense. Just go Bloodborne TV show.
Fuck.
That could be the video game tie-in. Every season something happens in the game.
No, you know what? It's legitimately the perfect kind of thing to adapt, because everything about the history is semi-written out with nice big gaps and chunks. The characters are already done, but there's so little direct information about lots of them. Like, yeah, as Moose says, you do the Fall of Yharnam. You follow.
You've got all your play moments, but the gaps are what you could fill in with what has happened.
No, I'm saying you
during
go
the show, right? Or what?
Like the beast's curse is just starting to appear, and
Okay.
we follow like one hunter, one priest in the Holy Blood Church, and one scholar. You know, because as Byrgenwerth is already falling apart, and they're making the call to seal it off. Like, you start the show with the sealing of Byrgenwerth, and then what happens in Yharnam.
Okay.
And yeah,
I'm getting real Castlevania series vibes from this
Yep.
description. I can dig it though, because that was a banger of a show. Season 3 slowed down a little bit for me, but season 4 brought it back.
Yep. Yeah, Moose is right. Yeah, Fall of Yharnam TV show. Let's go.
Okay, yeah, no, there we go. That's one of my 2023 predictions. Bloodborne TV show.
I mean, that's the announcement we want. What we sadly got was the Halo TV show where Master Chief fucks. Yeah.
What was the estimated cost per episode for that? Wasn't it like $10 million or something ridiculous?
What, for the Halo show? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Remember we were talking about that. No one gives me $10 million to fail.
$10 million per episode.
Per episode. I'll
Per
fail.
episode.
Okay. Paramount, or whoever the fuck it was. I'll fail for $2 million an episode. I'll give you the same level of shit for a lot less.
I'll bring the shit for less money. Hire me. That's right, Nintendo. You heard me.
Oh, but yeah, no. I fucking Oh, okay. So Scotty, I just want to segue because Scotty was saying that the problem with a lot of those streaming platforms now is that they have to get popular. Each of the streaming platforms has a different metric for success. So, for Netflix and I believe HBO, it's renewed subscriptions, if I remember rightly. Disney Plus and others have a completely separate metric for success.
All right, so what are we doing next? Are we doing group predictions? Are we doing? We got any more to rattle off?
We've had a few more group predictions coming through.
Okay.
I've just been checking the ones coming in on from the interwebs. So.
Oh god, the interwebs.
Yeah,
oh
it's
god,
a dangerous place. So. The one that I think is going to be one of the fiddliest and stodgiest is indie funding. I think next year is going to suck for indie funding.
Yeah, the macroeconomics of what is happening right now in all industries is not looking good for funding. But that is an entire 8-hour show in itself.
Yeah. My TLDR is that I think that there was a lot of good, strong, aggressive video game pitches that came through this year. Mm-hmm. And I would say that most publishers have all their slots booked up for not only this year, but they're also booked up for next year. So while there may be some pitching back and forth, I think everyone's going to be going for safer bets with developers they've already worked with. So, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
knowing how things are looking for the next year, that is the safest bet.
Right now, best bet for like indie teams is get bought by Microsoft right now. That's probably the quickest path to being able to actually get some cash.
Have I told you about Game Pass yet this stream?
And yeah,
and I don't bring that up as I bring that up jokingly, and I also bring that up in a serious manner because we did talk to Salavir, correct, about
yes.
the Game Pass experience. Sorry, it wasn't me. It was you. I just posed the question, but it seemed like the experience with Game Pass that they have been having has been an absolutely fantastic one that has allowed them to make enough money to expand and work on other projects and not worry about where the next meal is coming from. And it seems like they have a bevy of options of how to accept that cash too, whether you want to do it up front, take a chunk out of, take a chunk up front, or depend more on your downloads and all of the metrics that they go by. But like, they offer a lot of options for people. So I mean this in kind of like a serious way. Like, Game Pass is a decent opportunity now. Now, what does that do long term for the industry? That's a really long conversation, because I know you and I have talked about that a little bit before, where if everything turns into a Netflix subscription, what does it do to I go out and buy a copy of this game?
Yeah. Well, this is one thing we can't do predictions, because this is as much like user spending habits and things. But because Scotty was pointing that they have Game Pass and they cannot afford like $70 for a new video game. So High on Life, I do not have the money. I cannot afford a $60 video game right now, and it's a big title. But I have Game Pass already because of Sea of Bloody Thieves, so I've already got access to that. Here's the interesting thing, is that there have been indie titles that have popped up on Game Pass for myself that I've still gone ahead and acquired. Because, partially, you all know that I want to support indie games when I can. I'm not a rich man, so when I get the chance. But the other thing is it's the cup of coffee price point. If you ask me to spend $60 to $70, that is a huge chunk of my weekly food budget. That's 2 good nights out with a big chunky tip at the end. The places I drink aren't expensive, but you know what I mean. Like, this is the equivalent of what it is to me. Whereas you get to like $15, $10, $5 to $6, then you're in the cup of coffee price range. And that's
when you're on that promotional period where, like, this is something that if you're using Game Pass or interested in using Game Pass, every couple of months, much like some people might be familiar with Amazon, if you get those subscriptions like HBO or Showtime or any of those things through Amazon, it kind of forgets that you used a free trial every 4 or 5 months, conveniently.
Just conveniently.
Game Pass does the same thing. So it's $1. So every couple of months, if there's a few games that come out that you want to try, you pick up Game Pass for $1. You have it for a couple months. You play your games. You forget about it till your new titles comes out, and you get to play your games for around $1. It's wild.
And currently, now we've talked about how when it comes to big companies like Microsoft, like right now they're beneficial. They could shift as the world shifts, but going by what we're going by now, like, they're doing good to their teams as well. Their overall goal is market domination, not like nickel to dime profit. They don't need each game to make its money back and then some. They just need to have every game.
And the idea is, and I'm looking back at Sean's point here with the issue with Game Pass. If every game is on Game Pass, how would you ever pay the developers? Well, hopefully, and this is the part that we would want to dive a little bit deeper in, but we don't have that direct information. And Zalavir was our one first insight into this.
Yeah.
Is that it seems like they're compensated very well, and compensated in a way that allows them to work on their next project and not again worry about where if they're hitting their Steam sales that they need to hit for the month.
Now, obviously, Zalavir couldn't get into any numbers, and we weren't able to get any like specifics on the deals and things like that. But like, Zalavir's always been on the level with us when it comes to biz dev. He was the one who put forward like the pizza money philosophy and things like that. I think if it had been a bad deal, he would not have said fuck Microsoft, but he wouldn't have actively stated that it was good.
Yeah,
it would have been something like, oh, what? I'm glad we tried it. The thing you say when your friend gives you a bevy that tastes heinous. I'm glad we tried it.
And Asara Greenfire, I this is the point that I love to highlight the most. With Game Pass, I've tried games I may not have tried. I was on the fence about Slay the Spire. Don't ask me why. Just didn't have the $15 to spend at the time. Had Game Pass for $1, got to play like 40 hours of Slay the Spire, and was like, you know what? Love this game. Let's throw some more money at the developer.
Okay, no, record scratch. Let's bring it back. What strange universe did you ever think you wouldn't like Slay the Spire? Magic the Gathering, the roguelike, but with cool features.
It might have been the trailer just didn't do a good job of selling me, or I didn't see anybody like play it.
Okay, that's fair. Sorry, For those who don't know, Aperios plays a fair wedge of Magic, and yeah.
Have I told you about Marvel Snap yet? You know, there's this new game on mobile. It's called Marvel Snap.
Hey, I tried Marvel Snap. It is Magic the Gathering for people that have families.
And don't want to. You can acquire everything for free in that game. It takes a little time, but it's beautiful. It's even the whales are gated. You can't spend a bunch of money to acquire everything. It is excellent design philosophy.
It didn't grip me, but I see its genius. Also, I ruined some poor fucking kid who was having their first match. Like it wasn't even funny. It wasn't. I hurt someone across the internet after that, and I honestly was like, you know what? I'm okay. I've had my big victory. I'm all right with this.
But anyways, yeah. I mean, to answer the question, like it took something like Game Pass to sell me on a game like that, and I'm glad it did. It allowed. It's like the demo situation. It basically was if I want to support more. Sometimes, like with Forza, no, I'm not gonna drop $60 on the newest Forza title. But you know what? I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna get a couple hours out of that. Why not?
And yeah, so Varbles is saying that similar to what we've heard, that Game Pass varies how they pay their developers. They make deals based on the different titles. Sometimes it's a wedge of cash, sometimes it's money over time or based on metrics or what have you. I assume it's Microsoft finding their feedies but not wanting to alienate big devs. So, and the thing is,
I think
they've got Microsoft money. They can afford to be generous now.
And they're not worried about you going somewhere else and buying the game somewhere else. Or if you want to, if you have Game Pass, you get a discount on buying the game wholesale from the Xbox store. Yeah, it is a little worrisome thinking about like if one company controls all of this, which is why there's the whole FTC thing happening right now, because that's a huge notch in the Game Pass hat, because they also own things like ZeniMax, which is a huge staple of gaming.
But it's also worth saying this is a similar conversation we've had about like the indie race to the bottom, you know, which was fueled by Steam, the biggest platform for PC games. So it's not that we haven't had this conversation before about the devaluing of indies, and we're definitely seeing some tierings, although I feel like it's easier to ask somebody to spend $8 on a game when they're already subscribed to something than it is to ask them to spend $70. So it may be the AAAs that end up suffering more than anybody else. You know? Which,
you know, does that turn into another price hike for your $70 game? Do we start getting $80 games in 2 years?
Possibly.
You know, if Game Pass is
successful. That, like,
right?
That may end up being a big driver of the platform system. Especially as AAA games only ever get more expensive to make. Despite what you'd think, no one ever sits around during pre-production of a AAA game and goes, all right, how do we do this at an affordable rate? How do we start a good, healthy, more cost-effective way of making the game? No, they go, we're going to hire 200 more people to do the same thing we're doing, but more and louder.
Yeah, I mean, really, at the end of the day, you need 2 people for game development. I think a lot of companies overlook this. You need the ideas guy and the person with the keyboard that says "make game." And I don't get it. But where are these large teams coming from? They could save so much money.
Such a bot. Okie dokie. So we had a few. Occult Game Devs hoping for we'll see some more advancements in the cloud gaming space. I think that cloud gaming tech's still very expensive, and Epic may be adopting some of that stuff as like an immediate like just out of the box for Unreal Engine 5. But you know, it's worth saying that, like, you know, even with Lumberyard and stuff like that, with, you know, AWS and Amazon and, you know, Unity's varying offerings, no one's been able to offer just a really good, affordable cloud compute setup. I guess Sea of Thieves is the only one I know that's actively using that kind of tech and succeeding, and isn't like a test case. For those of you who don't know, the weather systems and the simulation of the waves is run by a whole bunch of Azure cloud servers, which is why it's so fancy and synchronized. Oh yeah, see, here's the other thing, Cult Game Dev, we're going to need some better language, because the difference between, like, you know, streaming, and streaming, you know, cloud gaming and cloud gaming is something we've got to get some good differentiation, because, oh boy! So Favor 6, a few companies that have experimented with cloud gaming as a booster, you know, like sharing computer load with a bunch of data servers. No one can make it make money, and it introduces a lot of technical problems due to the speed of light problem. So, you know, if your computer is using a cloud server for additional processing power, the distance between becomes a huge factor. That's another story. Like, Science! Someone was predicting we're going to see more GBA games on Nintendo Online. I think that's a safe bet. The GBA is...
What we got GBA, we've got Nintendo Classic, we've got Super Nintendo and 64 at this point, correct?
Have we? All right, well, then...
I think we're that far up.
Considering the amount of time travelers we have to deal with, that could be someone who thinks we're making 2020 predictions. Oh, by the way, 2020, don't time travel to there. Just in case anyone just popped in, hasn't checked the timeline, you're good. You're good, don't. You can just skip that year. It's fine. Megabush says no GBA yet.
No GBA yet. Okay. And Genesis, yeah, I knew there was something else that was weird in there. Their offerings for their online component are so good. You get so much stuff. For anybody that knows, do you still have to use your phone, though, for your communication device as far as the Nintendo Switch is concerned? Because when they first launched it, even if you had online, you had to use your phone for, like, chat and stuff.
People are saying yes, okay. And it sucks.
Gotcha, okay.
But, I mean, I don't know about your good selves, but that was one of those things that I when it was announced, I was like, but I've already been using Discord. Like, right? I mean, yeah, right? Sure, okay.
And Nintendo's like, well, y'all got phones, don't you?
Okay, let's go for some fun wild cards. What do you think the next Nintendo property to get a mobile adaptation will be? I'm thinking Dr. Mario smartwatch.
Mobile? How mobile are we talking?
Well, because we had Pikmin. Was it Pikmin Go or Pikmin Chase or Pikmin in your house or whatever it was? That was the last big one. I'm just trying to think what was big in mobile like 10 years ago.
I think it's going to be a little... it'll be a Bayonetta capsule game where you open Bayonetta in different outfits.
I mean, that's me bankrupt if they ever release that, so... like...
Like honestly, I don't. You know, as far as mobile goes, they've been making some weird plays. But like, I would honestly say, like, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Bayonetta mobile title of some sort. We are seeing a kind of odd Bayonetta, more kid-focused title. I'm not sure what was up with that last preview that I saw.
Yeah, that was some classic Platinum nonsense. My theory is there's someone at Platinum who really, really, really wants to make a kids game. Okay. And every now and then it's their turn on the wheel. Because for those who don't know, the follow-up to Okami was very similar. It was called like Okami Den, and it was like Chibi Amaterasu and a little kid on the DS going on kid-friendly adventures. And this is
so you think it's their turn again?
Yeah, they're back around again. Like how at some point Supergiant will do another weird hybrid of like literary wizards and sports. Not sure. I'm thinking ice hockey will be the next one.
I could get into that.
It'll just be called Cup. You know, instead of Pyre, but it'll be spelt weird.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, so the new Bayonetta game is and isn't a prequel. Because it is Ceresa's prequel, who in 3 is established as a separate character from OG Bayonetta due to timeline fuckery. So, yeah. Enjoy, I guess.
Oh, okay. Sorry. This is bringing us back to some of the old news that we covered while we weren't even in the chat together. Stammering Gamer saying, Pokemon Run. You and your chosen Pokemon partner start partner exercise together. My thought, I could see a Pokemon exercising game for sure. But
Okay.
I wanted to talk about the fact that we had 2 mainline Pokemon games this year. So we can put a pin in that, but y'all gonna need to remember, we were talking about how there wasn't a whole lot of Pokemon. We actually got 2 mainlines this year alone.
All I was going to add is I know what it's going to be. It's going to be The Legend of Zelda: Out of Breath in the Wild. It's a jogging game which has you going on long runs. Sorry, I'm very proud of that pun. I'm sure I'm the very first person to make it. It's never been done before. OG pun, do not steal. Legend of Zelda: Out of Breath in the Wild. Be like Link's crossbow training, but cardio. Yeah, some of us didn't forget Link's crossbow training.
I think it's a boomerang, right? At some point, you could get a little boomerang app for your phone.
Just buzz
Throw
your phone at people.
Throw your phone and it'll come back to you.
Totally.
That'll be the gimmick.
Totally coming back. Oh, lordy. Oh, there we go. Some more smooth jams on. So we've gotten through all of our predictions. Okay, so some
Any internet predictions? Any Twitter predictions?
Oh, so for video games, I was going to add that extraction mode is going to be the battle royale mode of next year. I don't know if Fortnite will get into it, but I think that's going to be the next jam this in.
When you say extraction mode, are you saying like what we saw with DMZ in Call of Duty, where it's kind of like a Tarkov-esque grab some shit and get out?
Now, I don't know who's going to be the one to do it, but someone is going to make a bright, colorful, family-friendly variant on the extraction mode, and it's going to do gangbusters. You know, we're looking at another Fortnite potential situation. Don't know who's going to hit it. Someone's gonna. I'm gonna wizard.
I can see that. It is a good game type. Things like the cycle. So somebody's gonna have to make it a little more approachable, a little more playable. But like things like the cycle and Tarkov will really land some good groundwork for a really fun gameplay style that offers a lot of like risk reward moments, and genuinely something that is lacking from things like Battle Royale is there isn't a ton of a sense of progression, right? Like in Battle Royales, the whole point is to get stuff and come back with it and die and not come back with anything the next round.
Yeah. In
these though, it's like it's almost the same formula, but you get to get incrementally better and then take that risk with you.
Yeah.
Play your kind of pace. It's really fun.
Avoidance and cowardice are valid strategies, and it's more about getting out than it is about getting kills.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it lends itself very well to group play. So we'll see how it goes. You know, but I think that's going to be the game mode battleground for next year. Like Sean put in Escape from Fortnite. If we see it implemented into Fortnite, that wouldn't surprise me.
Well, we kind of see traces of it already in Fortnite. I mean, if we're talking about way back in the day, there was the Save the World was a big part of it, but now they're just like for their events, there are like tons of bots, tons of quests, tons of things to interact with. Like there is stuff like Tarkov has where you like go in. The only thing that you don't have besides obviously like the more sim style sort of stuff where you're like your health and your food and all that.
Yeah.
It's just they don't have the you get out with something and maybe come back more geared next time. And they could very easily introduce a mode like that, but yeah, something like that is gonna hit and it's gonna be really good.
I'm trying to think of a few more wild predictions. We've got to see a trailer for Dragon Age 4 next year. Like, Dragon Age is hanging on by a gnat's tit right now, and they need to put something out. Otherwise, I don't know if we'll see a BioWare, you know what I mean?
Do you think we get a trailer for the Death Stranding movie next year?
Oh, fucking absolutely. There's more than enough time to do something. I'm not fussed, because the Death Stranding's pacing is one of its greatest strong suits, and it is going to be fucking hard to emulate the feeling of Death Stranding successfully without...
I will agree. My only thing that I would say here, though, is that I don't know if it's going to be so much about the stylings of and the pacing of Death Stranding itself translated into a film, but the vision that Kojima has always wanted to do. It is very clear that he has always wanted to make a movie. Like, all of his games just really, they feel like films, how they're built, how they're presented, how you play through them. And it's always resonated like that to me. This will be the one that
really matters then, because when we talk about a lot of Kojima's work at its best, it is emulating other styles of films.
Mm-hmm.
And Death Stranding is probably one of the best games that he's been involved in, because it does not pull from anyone. It's the most original works he's put through.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
It does not take one film's aesthetic wholesale or a few and slam them together. It's its own strange, like America, but reimagined like Iceland with this, this cyber isolationist thing. Like, yeah. And will that translate back into cinema? I think it's probably going... At best, we can expect okay. At worst, just a bit of a stinker. But sorry.
So, Scotty Dog, jumping back to the Tarkov escape loot style game, the balancing of gear and stuff like that. I think that will come down to what can you eliminate from a game like that and still give players the feeling of accomplishment and getting out with stuff that is worthwhile, because the cycle trims a lot of systems out, but for some reason loses the feeling of being as rewarding as escaping from a Tarkov map.
Yes.
And so the balancing for gear is going to be interesting versus the balancing for play style.
Yeah. Now, it's not directly one for one, but when we look at where the Battle Royale craze started, being within the armor engine, where it's incredibly hardcore, to what it has become, like, there's a smoothing of the experience in the right way. H1Z1 was making pretty good strides until it started to make some very, very questionable choices in like streamlining, the need for so much.
Wasn't the last movie that Luke produced or did was Barbarian, right? I think that was the Barbarian horror movie. Have you seen that?
I don't think so.
Oh, Barbarian is wild. I think it's on HBO. But yeah, I think that was the last movie that the dude that's working with Hideo Kojima on the Death Stranding movie did.
Now that sounds fascinating. And what I was going to add completely dropped out of my head. Oh, just that Will's not allowed to pick the Yule log anymore, because when you mentioned HBO Max, I was like, oh, we watched the Adult Swim Yule log over Christmas. I didn't know, okay? I didn't fucking know. I knew it was something more than just a Yule log, but I didn't know how hard it was going to go.
Good stuff.
I'm not allowed to pick Yule logs anymore. Okay. Now, this is a generalist one, so I don't want any points of this one. Next year is going to be a big year for Star Wars. I think we're going to see all of the not EA Star Wars projects announced big and proper. And I have a feeling that will tie more in with Star Wars Celebration than with E3 and stuff like that. The reason being is that if I were in Disney's shoes right now, I'd start to carve out an identity using Star Wars in the video gaming space.
Okay.
So you know how
because the Marvel identity is not hitting hard.
No.
To be fair, I'm just being completely fair across the board.
But they're still dealing with like a gajillion different licensing bollocks things.
Yeah.
You know, their success in cinema and television almost hampers video game adaptations. And I guess until it's all under Disney's umbrella. Oh yeah, Sean. And fucking you. You're on the line, you can say! I'd get hype for a Tarkov Star Wars game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's I think that would be that's a game that you could minimize a lot of things and still keep it very very true. I mean, when I say minimalize a lot of things, if you haven't played Marauders, it's another style of this. But they have done things like you don't need to know every single different type of ammo and casing, and there's not like 100 different bullets that you can choose from and blah blah blah. It's like there's calibers, and they've simplified a couple other things. But in a Star Wars universe, you could do that very easily.
Yes, and what the Star Wars one gains is the thematical hook.
Yes, absolutely.
Currently is a little bit too fresh to go mainstream. Currently,
yeah,
because it's World War I diesel punk in space, kinda, sorta. I don't know.
Yeah, and the whole point is like you're kind of meant to be like hijacking other ships and like flying onto space stations and like looting and stuff. And yeah, I don't think it would have the same hook, but like a Star Wars one, not only would the name draw people in, but the mechanics are already solid for games like that.
Just looking at my list, I think I hit all of the big ones.
Oh, there you go. Build up your ship. You can planet hop a little more. I can already see it coming together.
Fuck yeah.
That's why you're scavenging parts.
Yep. Use better and better. Get better and better and more iconic ships. Because I think that's the one that Star Wars Squadrons did show us, is that there's a real hunger, but it needs to be more than just team v team.
Yeah, absolutely. Your ship could land on the planet. You could have to worry about it getting looted. Oof. Yeah, I could see a lot of stuff happening with this.
I'm getting a few more ones from Twitter.
All right, what do we got?
Okay, let me just bring up a few of the goodies. Although Dustin, you're over here. You're allowed. All right, so let's have a look. All right.
Make a well sport. Have a good night. Thanks for being here.
Have a lovely evening and cheers to you. Todd Howard initiates third impact. Todd Howard turns the planet red. And I did say to Dylan I would read that out on the internet, to which I was told, by God I mean Todd Howard.
Never know when you're going to need a free hand.
I'd like to formally apologize for saying that Smash director Sakurai is rocking a semi. What I meant was he was semi-retired, but I refused to delete that tweet. Todd Howard delivers a game with 1,000 explorable planets. They are all exactly the same planet with slightly different shaders.
I already talked about No Man's Sky Starfield. Come on, we covered this.
I mean, I think we're going to be sick to the back teeth of Starfield by about February. If you're not aware of it, there is a phenomenon in video games called the Christmas reset, which is basically it's like almost like the time period between Christmas Day and New Year's Day causes everyone to just forget everything. So if you are doing a marketing campaign, you cannot assume that if you have loads of momentum in December, that people are still going to give a fuck in January. You have to start your campaigns in January as if everyone has forgotten what your video game is. Which is why we're not drowning in Starfield advertising right now, because they don't want to start. Bethesda tend to run aggressive 6-month campaigns, not like long, truncated, drawn-out ones. So
it would be really weird if they started up their advertising campaign like around the time that they pushed the launch date from, because it was supposed to be 11/11. So that's a little, that wound is a little fresh for them, I'm sure.
Missed that one.
Or was December 29th? Is that what they got pushed back to?
Starfield's coming out today?
All right, well, sorry. All right. I'm gonna go pick up that Starfield.
Fuck me again, Todd Howard. Can't believe you've done this.
I blame it on Horny Todd.
I think Horny Todd is definitely responsible.
No, this is not fact. Starfield is not out today. Do not take this as medical advice.
God. Yeah, I think that's the long and short of like the sweeping prediction. This is one of those things where as soon as we wrap on the show, I am going to like take a fucking shower, have a snooze. I'm gonna wake up with like, you know, fucking future visions. What I am not going to place any bets on is what the Devolver Digital presser is going to be like this coming year. Because if you had told me Suda51 in the mech from RoboCop 2 and a blink for blink remake of the ending of the Neverending Story.
I mean, you know.
Yeah, I know.
So something about Suda, something about maybe did know, maybe didn't. I don't know.
Didn't tell me about the robot.
No.
All right, so let's play a little game as we're wrapping our adventures to a close, because we're hitting 4 hours, and I have slept not a lot.
About the same amount, I would assume.
What are your... It's absolutely not going to happen. What are your impossible wishes for 2023? Because Dustin was saying Bayonetta Moondance, a Bayonetta rhythm game in the style of the Persona dancing series.
What defines a mech? Ed 209 is more like a dreadnought from 40k.
I don't know. And Stooge, thank you for the bits. It was the RoboCop Mark II from RoboCop 2 is the one that Suda was based on, with the open face and the.
So is this just like anything in industry? So are we talking like a oil wrestling match between Mads Mikkelsen and Keanu Reeves at the next Summer Games Fest, or like what kind of predictions are we talking? Yeah, see, y'all think about that for a second.
Mental image and then ask me. I mean, I was going to say it has to stay within the games industry, but yeah, the Mads Mikkelsen on stage at Keeley's E3. Snow Voice is saying Silk Song. Yeah,
I'd like to see Silk Song. That's a good shout.
I mean, it's not that I don't think we'll get Silk Song next year. It's that I'm so afraid that we won't. And Snow Voice, if you couldn't tell, I'm a bit of a Hollow Knight fan.
What are we absolutely not getting? I'm gonna hold firm to we are not getting Vampire Masquerade 2.
Nah.
I'm gonna stay firm on that one.
It's been too quiet. It's been too weird.
Does it die? I don't know if it dies this year. I personally believe it's just gonna be a quiet exit stage left for Vampire. But
yeah,
that's my in my heart of hearts, I hope it happens, but I do not believe it will happen next year if it happens at all.
Yeah, I don't think the people currently involved even think it's going to die. I think there is a squad of people inside Paradox who are like either chipping away at little things or keeping it going. But yeah. Favor 6 says The Darkness 3. Fuck yes. That's a stand on the chair, lose your shit moment. I'm gonna wait until. Actually, I'll try and do it later in the year. But after you did a stream of Darkness 3, Darkness 2, I wanted to go back to it because.
Yo, that game is so good, and it plays so good on controller too. It is fascinating. Like controlling 4 different, like controlling 2 tentacle arms and guns, and like I don't know how they made that game feel so good, but it plays so well.
Well, do you know what struck me the other day is that the similarities between the Darkness 2 control scheme and the Soulsborne control scheme.
Oh, okay.
Because the Darkness 2, the triggers are your hands and the shoulder buttons are your tendrils. So it feels like you're controlling multiple things. In Souls, one side is one arm, one side is the other arm.
Oh yeah.
J-Post Guitaru Man 2. Guitar 2 Man, if you will. I agree with Moose that Paradox definitely wants to do stuff with World of Darkness. Like, to my knowledge, they've been handling the tabletop stuff really well. But here's the thing. I don't even know the friend EA reasons. I can't give you the gossip. I can't give you the tea on what happened. But it is so rare for a project to get taken away from a studio. They didn't cancel it. They didn't cancel the project. They didn't shutter it or fire the studio. They just took it away. That's so rare. Like, something happened.
Accordion Savior. Okay. Trombone Champ sequel, Accordion Savior. Yeah.
Yeah. There aren't enough instruments you can get that level of nonsense ridiculousness.
How about Accordion Savior on the Switch? There you go. Done. Sold.
Violin Victor might work, because, violins are pretty funny if you fail playing them. Now, Dustin with Half-Life Alyx 2. So, I want to believe, I want that to be a real prediction, but Valve are currently doing this thing where they acquire a studio and then essentially sacrifice them to the gods to make a game. So they need to announce they bought another studio, because, yeah, Campo Santo. There's no Campo Santo no more.
Goals for the Golden Throne.
It does feel that way. Fiddle Champ. I like that one. I'd pour a bit out for Campo Santo, but I need this coffee. I hate that my brain's trying to legit go through it. Because Dustin was saying Lollipop Chainsaw, and I want to say yes, but James Gunn is now the arbiter of DC movies. So...
Oh, yeah,
He's not going to be doing anything that doesn't have, a spandex wedgie and a cape for quite some time.
Sounds like my Tuesday night.
Alright, here's a lukewarm prediction. The Henry Cavill 40k show is going to be good, and is going to force a lot of us older nerds to spend most of next year explaining to people that there are no good guys in 40k.
We got some lukewarm takes over here.
Yeah.
Lukewarm takes from Will Overgard. Lukewarm takes.
Spilling the tepid tea.
The 40k show with possible headrunner Cavill might be good. Oh shit.
Yep. He's getting to do the thing that he's wanted to. There's a part of me that feels like he might have played both sides. Both the Witcher production and the DC cinematic universe, so he would be freed up to work on this. But that's some fucking tinfoil hat right there. Snow Voice, Elder Scrolls 6. Alright. I mean, that definitely... Okay, so here's my thoughts and feels. We're going to get a big push for Starfield at the beginning of next year. I reckon they're going to aim for a pre-summer launch. Like, just before the summer dip starts hitting, Starfield. Because it's big enough to do that. And then they make E3 and the winter all about making noise for Elder Scrolls 6.
I could see that. So, I guess my only question is do you think that's enough time to let something like Starfield breathe?
I think they're going to use the momentum of one to get people keen on the other. They did something very similar with Fallouts.
But also because Starship is not their, it's their new IP. That's, I guess, the reason that I wonder if they would give it time to breathe. But if it's a new IP, that means there's going to be a lot of momentum behind it because it's new. So yeah, capitalize on that and then move into what people know.
Or you get people thirsty for Elder Scrolls 6, and then you're like, all right, but you can't have it yet. But you can have our sci-fi to Scrolls, and everyone's like, yeah, I fucking love Elder Scrolls. Sean's like, I predict I will release a new game using the Goddard engine. Can you bet on yourself? Are you allowed to bet on yourself in predictions? Is that the game dev equivalent of saying that you're going to get a gym membership? I'm finally going to release that game this year. And then I guess, like, your support subscription. What's the equivalent of having, like, a Planet Fitness subscription you never use? I want the game dev equivalent of that. Oh.
That's got to be like a Unreal or a Pro subscription to Unity or something.
Okay, and if anyone has any more wild or comedy suggestions, now's the time. Because I'm starting to get into kind of like the... my brain's going into the weird and the strange. For example, we're going to see Digital Extreme's new game probably talked about a lot next year. I think it's going to be a misstep.
You mean the Meet Your Maker or whatever?
Oh no, not Meet Your Maker. The one
that's yeah. The weird they called it like Zelda or some shit, sci-fi Zelda.
I think Meet Your Maker is going to be a banger after, what was it called, the blood tree or whatever it was.
Blood Harvest.
Blood Harvest, thank you.
I played like 60 hours of that game.
It deserved better. Sorry, and then Occult Game Devs predicted that they will blank, and whah in 2023. Yeah.
Oh, Digital Extremes is the Darkness 2. Okay, no, they're going to put out the Darkness 3. Yes, full. That game's going to fail, and then they're going to have to focus on the Darkness 3. Yeah. I already see how it's going to happen.
And it's not that I think Soulframe is a bad game. I think that they've been doing Warframe in such a manner for so long that I think this is going to be the stumble. It's not going to kill them. It's not going to like destroy anything.
It will be interesting to watch them dip their toe into what is supposed to be a different style of game. And I want to see how much the weight and the skeleton of something as massive as Warframe is going to be pulling on them going into this new title.
Dark Soulframe Caliber, let's go. So Air Dragon says, what do you think the possibility of Elder Scrolls 6 being a timed or permanent exclusive for the Xbox? I think that whilst they are actively trying to acquire AKB, no. And in fact, they'll make a big deal about it being multi-format. But it won't be... It'll probably be same time console and Game Pass, and then limited release on Steam and Epic. That's what I'd go for.
I would guess a similar route with that, because the market power of having your first party title on your competitor's game and your logos popping up is huge. I don't think people should underestimate
Studios, Bethesda booting on a PlayStation 5. Like, that's a powerful...
Yeah, they will definitely... my guess is they will definitely let it be multi-platform.
Yeah. So Moose is basically saying, don't expect any AKB exclusives. Dustin with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate 2 Turbo Championship Edition. Diablo 2 Part 2 with Verdant. Oh. I feel like I should have some pithy take about Overwatch, but I'm just exhausted.
I mean, there's not a whole lot to say there. It's the Overwatch is fine. The game is fine. It plays well. It's a lot of fun. The Overwatch 2 has been a lot of fun. The Battle Pass you can tell it's kind of like they're doing it a very like Blizzard way. You don't earn currency back. It's more of what we have come to expect from Overwatch, which I think is part of the problem, because what people wanted 2's launch to be was all of the single player content and the additional stuff that we didn't have in 1. We just got a 1.5 and we're still waiting for single player content.
Like, one of the... sorry, I know you and I could talk about this for hours, so I'll try and condense my thoughts. That one of Overwatch's strongest suits was the characters in the world, and that was something that brought people in, and it was a great shooter on top of that. And so the promise of actually exploring that single-player content, or exploring it as a cooperative or single-player experience, was a really tasty offer. And instead we just got the new patch with a couple extra characters in. It's like...
Well, and I'd be willing to bet, from looking at it from like an esports business side of things, like the Overwatch League had to be revived at some point because it was still kind of trickling along. But I think that it was because they were playing on a lot of the updates for Overwatch 2 for Overwatch League, so a lot of the characters and stuff like that. So it was kind of one of these things where I think because of where they were with the League, Overwatch 2 had to come out, and they would just fix what they didn't have, which was single player, which the League did not hinge upon.
Like, we'll see if Owl still has weight and momentum come next year. Like, that's more your field than mine. Like, now I'm no longer at GameWorks, I don't get to like see that sphere of Vigigamery. No, I think that's kind of the long and short of it. You know what? I think we're probably going to see at least one more Starfield delay.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of news that came out that like there is a good possibility that we're going to see a delay. But I think that was very recently.
I'm kind of okay with that. And my sincere hope is that because sexy Todd Howard is focusing on Starfield, that's going to free up the Elder Scrolls 6 team to be a bit more innovative and a bit more creative. So that's less a prediction now at this point. Now I think I'm just water cooler bitching. Not that I know Todd personally, but yeah.
I guess more specifically, Redfall has... There's information coming out about Redfall that says that Redfall is going to probably be delayed, which doesn't bode well for Starfield, because when they delayed Redfield last time, they also delayed Starfield.
But by my understanding, like, so Redfield is like the artists formerly known as Arcane that were acquired by Bethesda, so they're their own separate little happy floaty. And with that Microsoft money, there's less risk of them cannibalizing a product to make another. Okay, sorry. A bit of games industry inner workings. So when you have multiple projects going on, even if this isn't necessarily what is said, sometimes what happens is that the budget from one game is quietly repurposed for another. Now, you could look at the balance sheets and the bank sheets and everything, and it'll all make sense. Everything's getting spent where it's supposed to, but it's weird. There seems to be more artists on this project than this one. Oh, that's strange. And they seem to have a few extra engine programmers. Oh, I wonder where they came from. And all you have to do is internally go like, hey, I'm sorry, we need you to work on this project for the next, like, 3-4 months. But Microsoft as an entity is large enough where I feel like they could just say, hey, we need another like 6 months on this. And they're going to be like, all right, you know, Mr. Todd Howard, your stuff's big enough that people are going to give a heck. I think Redfall will get the attention that it deserves. And we are playing that together, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We are squadding up, we're rolling in, we're killing vampires. That game looks so good.
Oh yeah, I don't know if we'll be Anna Crucis again, but I definitely
Anna Crucis.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that, you know, we're on each other's vampire hunting teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I don't want to go back to the FTC Microsoft conversation because we covered that one and then some. We've done 3 hours of predictions. If anyone wants to make like a short cliff notes of what we predicted so that we can get we can either have a called it or didn't call it for next year. I'm down for that. That's all of my stuff. So yeah, last call for, well, I won't say alcohol because it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but last call for your thoughts and feels 2023. Yeah. Nick, you got it. It's the I told you so with Will Overguard. What's my game dev advice for 2023? Stop releasing your games mid-December. I've had a look at a bunch of games from my I really loved it this year list, and I was like, wait, why wasn't this on like awards list? Because it was released last year, like December 15th or something.
Oof, yeah. If there's money out there, take it.
Dustin thinks Hyena's going to crash and burn in the vein of Battleborn. God, I haven't even seen a bunch of their assets. The problem is I don't even know who's at CA still working on Hyenas, so I couldn't tell you. But people said the same thing about Alien Isolation, and I told you Soho, the Will Overguard podcast. Fuck, that's good. You don't need a podcast with me. You've already got enough of my dumb self.
No, we could do a podcast. We just do one of these a week and turn it to a podcast.
I mean, you got the voice for it. Yeah, Eagle lives like someone at CA working on Hyenas. Who could it be? You know, I think it just shows my sleep deprivation that I didn't think of you, Eagle lives.
Who could it be?
But who could it be? God. Yeah, no, that's all I've got on the docket. My advice for indies for 2023 is, I mean, obviously pitch your games. Don't expect to get funding for them if you don't already have it locked in, so plan accordingly. Like, take that work for hire gig, keep Kappas for days.
First
I just want to see the Kappas rain on my face.
Simple isn't in watch_dogs Legion.
Stooge was saying the first episode is just going to be me bitching about Soho's lack of inclusion in Watch Dogs Legion. It's because it's made by a French dev team. It's a personal attack. And the Kappa shower there was definitely a maneuver. Oh, yeah, although Dustin's right with Sir, you're being podcasted would have to be ours.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So what is my advice for 2023? Plan on PAX West being much bigger this year.
If you are a creator of any size for these upcoming events, for these big industry events like PAX and E3 and stuff like that, if you do content, apply for a creator badge. Yes. I implore you, just try. Even if it doesn't work, you will be surprised. Just try to get a creator badge. Just try.
Because
that's my big piece of advice.
I think that this year we'll see a big move return to those. I think a lot of the big names, like, you know, big content creators, big media outlets, I think they're going to wait till the last minute to make that call, putting you in a really good place to you know, get tickets to PAX or whatnot. Oh yes, and Stooge, yeah, the expansion of the Seattle Convention Center, it will be finished by then, so we may see a massive PAX West, or just really spread out. There's also that. What if McDonald's will do another indie zone again? That was weird, but like, okay.
To get a free cheeseburger?
No, they were like cheeseburger toys.
Oh, I mean, you could still eat it.
Okay, yes, but the logistics of dietary, the cost.
I'm not gonna
would
have
be
fun
great.
coming out, but you can still eat it.
Yep. I have been pooping shards of plastic for 4 days. The McDonald's story.
All part of the burger smile too.
Yep. God. Make sure that your launch window is not anywhere near Starfield, Hades 2 Early Access, or Silksong. I know it's scary, but either rush it out so you're out 2 weeks before, or wait a month. Like, even if you just have to, like, go and pull pints for a month while your game just sits there, do it. Like,
Yeah, those are some serious do not engage sort of. Don't try to put something out around that.
no. And it's not even like, even if you're making like a weird hip-hop dating rhythm battle roguelike or something, don't launch the same week as Starfield, because it is going to eat up all the fucking air in the room. And then, good or bad, the next 2 weeks after Starfield will be people bitching or praising Starfield. There will be no space. And I wouldn't say that's an obvious thing, because that seems really obvious, right? And yet, this year, people were like, I'm launching my indie game! When you're launching it the same time as Elden Ring! You couldn't just wait a week, 2 weeks. Wait 2 weeks. No! Good luck, I guess.
Right.
Like, and I feel
that's gonna
bad.
be a bloodbath.
Because you can't turn around and go, the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, no, that's definitely one of those, like, you gotta read the room and be like, I might need to step back here and avoid something like the Elden Rings or the God of Wars of the season.
Yeah, I think those are the only big ones on the horizon for next year that people need to be aware of. I'm trying to think of something. Okay, Scotty Doggy, we are not getting into Titanfall 2 because we'll be here for 5 more hours. Titanfall 2 was an inside job!
Oh, you mean the beta test for Apex Legends, right?
Oh, yeah, the Apex Legends story mode.
Oh yeah, no, a cool game dev. Even Horizon Forbidden West, like, it came out like the week before. Crickets, because Elden Ring came out.
Yeah. And you don't, like, Horizon Zero Dawn's not a small game. It's not got a small budget. And yet,
It's
for
huge.
some fucking reason. And Edwin, I'm real sorry on that one. That's a harder one to predict. Edwin's launch date was same day as Nintendo Direct.
Oh.
Yeah, now that one's not quite so bad because it only sucks up the air in the room for the day.
But they had the 2 Yakuza spin-offs releasing on the same day.
Yeah.
And that was probably the extra knife.
Yeah. But with some of them, you can't see them coming. But if you are Horizon Forbidden West and you're going up against Elden fucking Ring, like,
I mean, maybe it could have been a moment of, I don't want to say like pure arrogance, but like maybe they just thought Horizon had the legs to go against a brand new FromSoft IP.
You're right.
But I don't know, but like we see the results.
well, this is one of those situations where like the metrics and the shamanistic give you very different data sets.
Mhm.
And much like, charting the seas, you can never know whether you should listen to your gut or whether you should listen to your charts. But Horizon Zero Dawn theoretically should hit a different demographic than Elden Ring. But Elden Ring is a FromSoft game. There's an entire fucking industry of people whose entire job is to cover, discuss, disseminate, and display FromSoft games.
Yes.
Like, there isn't that for Horizon Forbidden West. And
Yeah.
they both share the same price point. So yeah.
And as we have talked about, time and time again, a $60 to $70 price point is a full entertainment budget for a lot of people. that's a big choice. Like, do I want Elden Ring with hundreds of hours, or do I want Horizon, where I get maybe 100 hours or so? But like, you know, it comes down to what you want. But price tags are huge, and you got to make a decision.
Yeah,
for a lot of people.
Yeah, it's a huge part of my like weekly food shop. So I can go. And yeah, Eagle Lives. Titanfall 2 was such a beautiful game, but I still don't
nothing
have
like grappling, hooking around.
Yeah, I still don't have evidence, but from what I've heard from rumblings and from my observations, Titanfall 2 was supposed to die. And Apex Legends was meant to be the last gasp. I believe it was because EA wished to acquire that studio wholesale, if I remember correctly. But yeah.
And then Respawn just smashed it out of the park somewhere along the line.
Yeah, and thanks to Apex, they're now guaranteed their independence.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the IPs they're picking up. Look at the titles they're coming out with. I mean, we've got Jedi right around the corner, and that's looking great.
Yep, they get Star Wars, one whole Star War.
That's you don't need me to tell you this, but netting an IP like that and not just being locked into the one sort of storyline track that like a Games Workshop does.
Yeah,
they got to develop their own Star Wars stuff. That is massive.
With a connection to canon as well.
Yeah, exactly. That is huge.
God, we haven't seen that kind of nonsense since Starkiller, and Starkiller was never canonical.
No, but you know what? I tell you what, those games were sick.
Yeah.
Force Unleashed 1 and 2 were sick. The hanging, this is a weird sidetrack, but the hanging planet, or the hanging city that you go to in the Force Unleashed 2,
yeah,
I actually built a replica of that in Minecraft in normal mode, no mods.
All right,
it was across the desert. Sorry, that's my one little Minecraft moment.
Oh, Varble says.
But no, Respawn is great.
They got fully bought out by EA in 2017. Huh.
So they're not independent. They're wholly owned by EA. Full buyout 2017. Okay.
I was always under the impression that they were like in publishing contracts, but they weren't wholly owned. Huh. Varbles, it might have been you told me that, and it dropped out of my head. I haven't slept a lot.
So that must be where they acquired the Star Wars license from, then. If I had to guess.
Anyway, like I said, I haven't done enough research into the why, which is, it gets a bit conspiracy theory bored, but the active
it's weird out here.
Yeah, the active internal sabotage of both Titanfall 1 and 2 by EA is very easy to spot. But that's another story.
Yeah, I mean, as far as predictions, I think we've hit the long and short of it as far as what we can know going into this next week.
Yeah. Right. Have you got anything else you want to throw it in before we bring this to a close?
Hit that like and subscribe button. If you got that Amazon Prime sub, now is the time to pump that out. Hit that button. Hit that purple button. Shill. Money. You know how it is. And if you like anything that I have to say, feel free to join me in the mornings. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 10:30 a.m.
Let me give you a shout out.
And ring the bell. 2 bells.
2 bells. Ding ding. No, I mean, Aperios, like, thank you so much for joining me. All of you lot, thank you so much for joining in on this one. Like, you know.
And if you want to see more of this, let us know. Absolutely, let us know, because I'll rope this numpty into something if you want to see more of this.
I definitely need someone else to help me somewhat rein it back in. Plus, I don't know esports space and stuff like that. So, so Shackle, like, thank you for the bits. I hope you all know by now that, be it teeny tiny bits to fuck with me or what have you, it all keeps this show going. So thank you.
I like
Shackle, Shackle got the Yalden with that one as well.
Yeah, snipe the Jarldom. That was good stuff.
Immortal Lens like, hey Will, I want some more of this. All right.
Hey Mikey, I think he likes it. Oh God, I'm old now.
Tony Snape. God. Yeah. So in terms of long shippy and stuff, with animal care being an extra challenge right now, I know there hasn't been a proper schedule up. What I want to say is tomorrow I'm going to try and have Sea of Thieves squad together, so that should be good. I don't know what Saturday's going to look like. I had initially planned, a bit of a stream and then going to some house parties, but we are. I don't think. Yeah, we'll still be looking after the animals Saturday night, so it's going to be a very quiet New Year's for us. So yeah, I'm sorry I don't have a proper streaming plan this week. I'm just very lucky.
This week? What are you talking? This week is over.
Maybe for you, maybe. I have many days left.
It's Thursday. There's no more week left. What are you talking about?
Oh, so Shackle, we did get an official ruling on the Bezos heist, and sadly we didn't make it. They felt that our numbers fluctuated too much. So I think what happened is they looked at our numbers and went, hey, he's done 50 for the last 3 years, and then suddenly went up. That seems sus. But whatever, Mr. Twitch.
Hey, but you know what? It just shows that we can rally the troops for a round 2.
Fuck yeah.
That's the big thing. I think it's important to know that the commitment was there, and you now know, we as a group know that it was just a consistent numbers thing, and that's honestly dude, they've been bumping, so I wouldn't even worry about that too much soon. But yeah, that is their little weird little algorithm.
Hey, and we exist outside of a lot of the purview of regular Twitch. I'm supported by all of your lovely selves, and that doesn't change or go away. So yeah, but it does mean that no raft streams.
Yeah, might get some bathtub streams still though.
And Shackle and Scotty, the thing is, we're still friendos with the Bits team. Thanks to the event that Aperios was running at PAX, I got to catch up with the people that implemented the hype train, and we got to chat with them, and they also think that we are a fascinating, bizarre anomaly, but the partnerships team works in a different city from them, so there's sadly Twitch isn't one group of cool kids all hanging out now, and I'm just happy I have a place where I can stream and hang out with everybody and kick ass. I am going to organise a Feck You Mr. Twitch party for the new year. I'm going to try and get 12 different streamers into one game of Unfortunate Spacemen. 12 streams, yeah. 12 streamers.
I'm there for it. Are you gonna then have every person stream up on your stream at the same time, just to make it absolute nonsense?
No, I won't, because that would mean stream sniping. But it will mean possibly the longest multi-stream URL you have ever seen in your life.
Well, I like it. Okay.
No, I feel like it'll devolve into some bizarre bite-sized RP nonsense, and I'm down for that. Yeah, so yeah, Shackle, we have friends. We have the friends that make the monies, not the friends that give out the purple ticks. And that's okay. Scotty, some of the multi-streams still work. I think so long as you disable ad blocker, multi-streams seem to be fine. But that's another story. Anyway, sorry, if I get into all this. Can I run credits over this whilst we're here and chatting? Push the button. Alright. Hang on. If I jump over here, it's gonna get me back the right way. Let's see if this works.
I'm a spooky ghost!
Spooky ghost! Hopefully it hasn't broken it. So once again, Aperios, mate, thank you so much for joining me on this one. I'm very grateful for the co-hostage and the conversation. I'd like to say a massive thank you to Keldra, J-Post, Stooge, Bacon Avenger, Favor 6, Jack Draconis, Wolfgrad, Jackie Butt, Aperios again, and Mega Boss. You fucking legends. Like, it's let me feed my little family, so thank you. Caffeine, Lizzie, and Moose, we are moderators today. Legends to a person. And Snow Voice and Demrika run you follow people, so. And last but by no means least, Darthy Soda. So we can get a bit of the subscriber-thons. So feckin' yo. Right. Let's go back to interview mode. So, in true fashion, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Sneak.
Back in Terra!
Hell yeah, brother!
Why are you like this? Why are you like this? You know what? You're all smart, intelligent, funny people. Go find some cool kids and spread some love. I am definitely hitting the wall. No!
Train.
No! I'm trying. Terrors. Oh, as a small aside on the subject of Mr. the Twitch, for those of you that do have Twitch Prime, there's a buttload of really good SNK games you can just get right now.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff on the games list right now. Metal Slug, some Metal Slug action.
Train.
Last Blade.
Last Blade is a phenomenal fighting game, and I think it's Twinkle Star Sprites is the what if competitive. It's like a what if competitive bullet hell, I think. Yeah, so it's basically like 1v1 bobble, but it's a bullet hell shooter. So everything that you shoot gets sent at your enemies and vice versa. Me and Sadlin played it very drunk and it was brilliant. Honestly, it was the Last Blade games that really made me go,
Oh yeah, hell yeah. No, that's good value.
Oh, and also Dishonored 2, just in case. You know. Fucking yo. Right, you lovely Mother Hubbards. So, thank you all for a wonderful day. Joe and DJ and Zelky and loads of lovely people are up right now. Keesa's up. Go find them. Go spread some love. I'm going to crash very, very hard. So yeah. Aperios, thank you again to all of you lot. A happy what's left of 2022 to be continued.